On his 16th birthday, the hero kicked off his adventure, and 4 wild years have already roared by. The massive gate grinds open, inch by inch. The tall warrior storms back to his craft, ready to forge his next move. To the injured hero, only pretending to hold the mage's role, he snaps a bombshell announcement. He's getting expelled. The warrior can't shake the feeling. Could Craft really be a wizard? Or is he hiding something? Out of nowhere, 3 adventurers storm up to the hero and slam into an attack, shouting that he's totally useless for his role. He'll even buy the idea that his magical seal is fake, since Craft can only pull off the simplest magic, so he just tightens his grip on his staff and refuses to back down. One of the adventurers finally figured out exactly what Craft does for a living. He declares he's got no business being an adventurer, and the hero just nods along like, yeah, you're right. So Craft got booted out of the company again, and he couldn't help wondering how many more times was he going to get forced to start over. The hero stands in front of the guild secretary, and the moment it happens, he just knows what went down. Then he confirms it with teary eyes that speak louder than words. Then the secretary steps up, speaks up politely, and tells Craft what he really thinks. She's convinced Craft isn't cut out for adventure at all, because the team has kicked him out more than once already. Craft is obsessed with becoming a powerhouse mage, but every time he joins a team, he leaves before it can even last. He can't even form the words for the secretary. His magic is that weak, and every time a tiny monster shows up, he gets swept into trouble and needs saving again. Craft has only cracked the simplest magic basics like summoning water, but everything beyond that still eludes him for now. He's totally lost, not knowing what to do next, while those brutal memories of rejection after rejection slam through his mind like thunder. Suddenly, the secretary bursts in and announces they just got a request from the Builders Guild. This request hit totally different, and the hero instantly locked in, hook, line, and sinker. And get this, the moment to start building a brand new village is coming fast, right on a hidden road near the border. They're looking for someone who can hold the fort for the long haul. The hero realizes he's got no choice. He'll have to walk away from the Adventurers Guild to make this happen. He knows walking away from the guild won't change a thing, and he refuses to sign on to their offer. Still, the secretary smiles and swears this job is perfect for him, because here, nobody needs special combat skills. Craft is a busted-up magician with 0 skills for the road ahead, so there's no choice left. He has to agree. He tells the secretary he'll take the job and demands a full, blow-by-blow rundown of every detail in the case. The secretary's eyes widened at how fast he obeyed, and she immediately started hauling out every document they needed. Then that skill was officially cut from the Guild of Adventurers. Craft suddenly gets hit with a massive rush of inspiration. He's convinced this moment is about to flip his whole life upside down. And he kept dreaming. One day, he'd build his way into becoming a real master builder. He can't wait to throw himself into this new challenge. But right when he's about to dive in, an unfamiliar noise cuts through the air and yanks his focus away. The loader came charging by, hauling a brutal, heavy package on his shoulders as he rushed past. Craft looks around and realizes the whole world is buzzing around him, non-stop. He stood frozen in the heart of the square, while crowds swarmed and surged all around him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos, calling his name like it's urgent. A man steps in, baffled by what the craftsman is doing here. Then he barely gets the nerve to ask where the registrar is. The man can't hide his irritation and snaps, "Who exactly are you registering this craft with?" But the moment he hears the boy came from the Adventurers Guild, his whole mood flips, and he turns friendly on the spot. The stranger lunges in for a tight hug, thanks Craft from the bottom of his heart for showing up, then turns to his crew and says he'll be right back, before slipping out with Craft to see him off. As the hero burst into the Builders Guild, a total stranger was already waiting, and he immediately declared, "You're the one I've been counting on." Turns out this guy isn't just some member, he's the guild's leader. When the hero finally spills his full name, Kraftvaken, the guild leader's jaw drops with even more respect, and he blurts that it's a truly amazing name for a master builder. This hits him like lightning. Pure joy surges through him, and even skill bows down to the game's fire. As the guild leader scribbles the paperwork for Craft, he spots it. Craft's a mage. But Craft panics and swears, "I can't do a thing," insisting even 4 years of training never turned him into a real wizard. The leader doesn't buy it for a second. So he corners the hero and demands to know if he's tested the power of his emblem, only to find out the hero hasn't even tried his abilities yet. Crest was born in a village where magic hung in the air stronger than anywhere else, and that's how he got his crest. That's all he'll say about himself. Hearing that, the leader snaps into action and pushes for a priest who can test the crest's power. The hero objects. This is going to cost them way too much, but the leader just shuts him down, claiming it's all under control. Crest can't stop wondering why they're being so kind to him, and the leader answers, "If you really do have the skill of a master craftsman, then for us, this could be pure good fortune." Crest knows it, but he's convinced his family crest is totally wrong for magic. He tells them he'll think it over, and while that hangs in the air, the leader snaps his head toward the man in the tall hat who's been perched by the counter. This priest, an ironclad servant of the Geraldists, steps up with a calm smile and respectfully tells Crest, "Let's test the might of your coat of arms." Crest nods in agreement, and the priest kicks off the ceremony. Right now, they're putting the coat of arms through a full, no-holds-barred check, testing every power and analyzing every detail. Suddenly, the maid's face snaps into stunned disbelief. He can't believe this is even happening. Crest is stunned, totally lost, and he can't make sense of what's unfolding in front of him. The priest stared in disbelief and said he'd never seen craftsmanship and an army emblem clash so badly in style. The clash is so brutal that even wearing the coat of arms could wreck the boy's health. Crest's jaw drops in total shock, and he can't believe a word of it. Everyone around him is just as stunned as he is. Crest is seconds away from fainting from pure disbelief. The minister demanded they change the coat of arms right away, because if it didn't meet the standards, he said it shouldn't be used at all, except for those ultra-rare exceptions. Crest can't even process what he's seeing. Right in front of the stunned crowd, the priest offers to redraw the coat of arms on the spot, and Crest quickly nods in agreement. The hero can't stop wondering which coat of arms fits in best. The servant swore that the emblem with the most powerful special power is the perfect one for the job. This is the Twilight Alchemist. Nobody knows what he's crafting, but whatever it is, it's totally out of this world. Everyone around loses it with awe. Then the guild leader snatches the item before anyone can blink. He'd never even heard of the Twilight Alchemist. Turns out that emblem gives him special perks no ordinary alchemist could ever dream of. That alchemist is a goldmine of a clue. But the Twilight Alchemist? Nobody's ever laid eyes on him, and the coat of arms can even level up, growing the first sign all on its own. The Twilight Alchemist can do everything a normal alchemist can, but now the main character has climbed to the top, becoming the strongest alchemist of them all. That name feels weird as hell because it's only temporary, and trust me, nobody's ever had a coat of arms like that before. The minister cooked up this whole scheme to prove one thing. If the main character masters alchemy, he'll be able to forge gold. When someone asks straight up if he'll agree to change the coat of arms, Crest freezes, like he's saying goodbye to the old one. At last, he snaps his gaze to the priest and begs him to change the coat of arms, so the old one can be freed from its suffering. The minister steps in and reassures him, no need to worry, then kicks off the ritual address. At last, the minister rises and ceremoniously calls out the new coat of arms, Twilight Alchemist. Then the ritual snaps shut and a fresh design blooms across the hero's arm. Suddenly, that hand erupted in blinding light, and a surge of raw magic slammed into the hero, wrapping him head to toe until every single cell in his body burned with power. He can't wrap his head around it. His magic is real. That golden coat of arms on his arm gleams, and the priest leans in to say one thing above all the bright flashy ones. Only the gold crests carry the highest status. He'd never even heard of something like this before, and now he's going to race to tell everyone about this weird phenomenon. The hero thanked the servant from the heart, and the servant shrugged it off like, "It's nothing, just doing my job." A total stranger girl screams at the top of her lungs. For the first time ever, she finally locks eyes with an alchemist so insanely skilled it feels unreal. Right when the guild leader himself steps in to formally introduce her. Leifa Haman. Leifa strides into the group on their way to the border, and right on the road, Crest steps out to meet them. While Leifa kept dreaming out loud about adding an alchemist to the team, Crest snapped in surprise. How could a tiny girl like her even make it all the way to the border? The guild leader only grinned, like it was adorable. He drops the bombshell. Leifa didn't just join the group, She's the one running the show. Crest freezes in shock, and the leader snaps that packing a genius alchemist off to the border makes zero sense. Then Leafa steps in and loudly fires back, straight contradicting him. She clutches the hero with all her strength, pressing in close like she'll never let go. Crest is left totally baffled by what's happening, while Leafa keeps clashing with the leader, stuck in a non-stop argument about where on earth to send Crest. When Crest looked totally lost, the leader leaned in and spilled the truth. Lif isn't just human, she's partly a dwarf. That's why she looks way younger, and her real age is shockingly much older. Leafa snaps into a full-blown rage, snatches up a giant hammer without a second thought, and threatens the leader straight to his face. The leader swallows his pride and asks Lef for forgiveness, while Crest quietly admits to himself that he's not as strong as he pretends to be. Crest pleads with Leaf to let him go, but Leaf's still squirming with discomfort. Then the leader fires back with yet another joke about Leaf's age. She slams the hammer into the floor with a bone-shaking blast of force. The whole building starts shaking violently, and the beams drop to the ground one after another. Leafa says the repair money will be pulled straight from the Builders Guild, and everyone nods along, while Crest seethes that the leader is the real cause of it all. The Construction Guild's boss brags, chest puffed out, about how strong Leafa is, pride shining in every word, until his grin falters as he turns serious about one more person, the village leader. The case digs into the Border Count's direct family bloodline. Crest can't believe a nobleman only rules one little border village. Then the next part shows exactly how he negotiates, proving he can talk his way through anything and find common ground with anyone. But he's dead set on making it work, half-dwarf and the dusk alchemist riding with him, and still, Crest can't shake the creeping premonition that something's off. But this is his very first gig as an alchemist, so he's going to give it everything he's got and make sure it all works out. Next morning finally breaks, and everyone's pacing with unstoppable excitement to leave, while Leafa calms their nerves, promising they'll roll out the second the carts are packed and ready. There are carts stacked with luggage everywhere, like the whole guild is getting ready to roll out all at once. But it only looks like that because they cart off everything the settlers will need in the new place, and the hero watches, eyes sharp, as the wagons get loaded up piece by piece. The hero stashed every last piece of his luggage into a special space, because the moment he became an alchemist, he mastered that craft overnight. When he told the director and Lafayette, both of them froze in real shock. Crest never saw that kind of reaction coming. The leader doesn't even know this power exists, and Leafa insists it's an ultra-rare gift. They shove Crest into it right now, and the leader spots the perfect target to put this new thing through its paces. A whole mountain of bricks to unload looms in front of Crest, and he scrambles for excuses, but the boss won't blink, pushing him harder and harder until he finally has to get to work. Leafa backs the leader up. He grunts that these bricks are rock-heavy and packed solid, so you can instantly see how much crafting space the storage will swallow. And he nods that this right here is the best way to put skill to the test. Knowing his own strength won't cut it, the hero swallows his doubt, reads the spell, and hurls it straight into the cart. To everyone's shock, it all goes smooth. 1 minute the cart is right there, and the next, it vanishes straight into the storage, and the crowd can't even blink from disbelief. It was no big deal, but the hero still blinked in shock when that power kicked in, even with a weight this huge. So he hauled the cart back to its spot, and it worked. Crest is trapped, and for the first time ever, it has to unleash magic this powerful. The hero thinks, if alchemy falls flat, I've got a backup. Maybe I'll try being a loader. Meanwhile, the team leader snaps, gather every card together. I'm about to use this craft. With one click, this power hits every card at the same time, and everyone watching erupts in pure joy at the mind-blowing spectacle. Crest and Leafa were dropped right into the heart of a huge, awestruck crowd, and the way everyone stared at them screamed pure admiration. The cheers of everyone there hit the hero like a punch to the gut. Then, even after the master's objections, the guild leader thrusts a cash reward at him for hauling the goods. If word gets out that an alchemist at Crest's level is working for free, Crest is going to be hit with a world of trouble. Standing there with a crowd of grateful people, the hero can't help but grin. He's finally got enough cash to coast for months, and it's all because of one deadly skill. Then he lifts his new coat of arms like, yeah, I did that. Leafa leans in and tells Crest, "From now on, talk to me. No stiff formalities." Now every guild member has his back like real friends, and he finally gets to call her by her nickname. Everyone's bursting with joy because these insanely strong new teammates have finally joined the crew. Leafa sent the hero off with a burst of good luck, and he turned to her right away, thanking her with a respectful, "Thank you, ma'am." So the hero embraced the Alchemist of Twilight title and strides headfirst into a brand new life. So Kraftfoken is a wizard plagued by bad luck. Every time, they keep kicking him off the team. Even with everything piling up, he found his real purpose when the strongest magical sign of all, the seal of the Twilight Alchemist, finally chose him. He bolted toward the settlement of Kaitaiku to start living as the true alchemist he was meant to be. Crest and Leafa rush toward the ceremony to bid farewell to the very first batch of pioneers, but the hero's totally lost. He doesn't get why it matters, until Leafa leans in and tells him it's nothing but an old, ancient tradition. He prays the ceremony won't drag forever and hurries Leafa to wrap everything up fast. To everyone's shock, the whole square turned into a war march, packed wall to wall with armored soldiers rolling forward in perfect formation. The guild's head huffs, saying he asked to simplify the ceremony, but the warrior's leader snaps back, "Someone's journeyed a long way, so they're getting a proper, honorable welcome." A tall man draped in noble finery strides up to the leader and declares, "I'm Zaid Hassadol Vale." Everyone drops to their knees because the situation squeezes the choice out of them, forcing them to bow before life itself. "No need to kneel. This isn't an official visit. We just met to talk." Zay leans in and reveals the truth. His little brother is the one holding the entire village of Kaida together. He steps forward too, Kyle Hassadol Wade, the tiniest kid in the room, and the crowd instantly erupts in shocked whispers. The leader's stomach drops at the idea that his future chief will be just a small child. Crest and Leafa even grin and lean into it with curious amusement. But the hero can't shake the panic in his gut. That bad premonition won't let him breathe. Turns out, right beside Kyle is a little girl, his younger sister Mina Vale. And when Kyle explains it, you realize they're not just tagging along. They've got their reasons. Zay pushed through the crowd with his sister right beside him, and the leader snapped into argument, begging Zay to put the kid's safety first because this village is pure danger. Yet Zay already knows that deep down. Zaid asks the guy if he's ready for the hike, and the guy boldly says, "I'm ready." So Zaid figures there's nothing to worry about. And the aristocrat fires back a brutal warning. If anything goes wrong, the expedition leader takes the blame, and then everyone gets hit with severe punishment. Crest gets that Zaid's playing the "give Kyle a chance" line in public. But behind the mask, he's handing his younger brother a mission he can't possibly pull off, and it's going to torch Kyle's reputation. The boy clutches his fists, steel resolve burning in his chest, while the aristocrat keeps raging without pause. Then Crest cuts in and interrupts Zaid right there. Right in front of scared Leffy and Glava, he blares out that their venture's future is guaranteed to succeed. The girl can barely hide her nerves, while Zaid leans in with real interest. Crest blurts out his own thoughts. Kyle reminds him of himself back when he was a kid, so he's ready to help the boy. And unlike Crest back then, Kyle isn't stuck facing it alone. That craft of conviction is real. This guy isn't useless for a second. He's 100% sure they'll smash through every problem soon and come back as winners. Zaid went stone still in pure shock, while the guild members threw their hands to their heads, refusing to believe their eyes. Suddenly, the aristocrat burst into loud, unstoppable laughter. He praises Crest's bravery and razor-sharp mind, but deep down, he's certain the colonists are about to get hit with some seriously tough times. He spins around and strides off, wishing the guys good luck and making it crystal clear that the only thing that matters is the result. The hero thinks this is the most brutal goodbye of his life. Then the manager and Leafa ambush him with questions like, "How dare you plan something like this?" And Crest finally snaps, emotions spilling out of him. Then Kyle cuts right into the conversation, breaking the tense standoff with one sharp question. What made Crest jump in? The leader and Lefa drop to their knees on the spot, yanking the hero down with them, and they tell the aristocrats, "Please don't take it the wrong way." But the boy just smiles and says, "No need to bow." Crest leans in and tells the boy that once he got trapped in the very same spot as him. He tells him his whole life story, the sad tale of a doomed adventurer. And when the hero hears the pain Crest had to swallow, something clicks. He feels that same burn in his chest and decides he has to help Kyle. Kyle straight up admits he's a weakling, but this time he's not holding back, and he's putting everything on the line, praying he can somehow make a difference. At last, he blurts out that he's in over his head with Crafts, and his sister immediately backs him up, nodding along and confirming every word. Craft leaned in and told that guy, "Don't worry, we'll make it happen." And his promise lit up the room with pure relief and joy. Guild members look back on Kyle's kindness with shining eyes, then burst out with pure excitement. "We're so lucky to be on the same team as him!" So the boys' fame skyrocketed fast, like it couldn't be stopped. They ditched the Builders Guild and took a detour, because heading straight through felt way too dangerous. They finally burst into the forest on the second day. Craft and Leofo sprint so hard that the rest can barely chase them, and they're already wiped out. Some people keep asking, how much farther? While others slump and beg for a stop, and Lefa finally says, let's rest for at least a day. But the road still feels like it's dragging on forever. Night drapes the city in darkness, and Lefa groans that keeping up her routine is getting impossible. So Craft steps in and suggests they brew a potion of endurance to keep everyone energized for longer. The endurance potion is a medicine that powers the entire squad, boosting everyone's strength, and the recipe's so simple, a master can whip up enough for the whole team. Lefa points out that every potion demands a full bucket of herbs, and they're running out fast. Then Craft grins and swears that with his powerful Crest, he'll only need a spoonful to make the potion. He's itching to prove his theory, so he pours water into a glass, then drops in a heaping spoonful of herbs he's been storing in the workshop. Right in the bowl, the very first potion of endurance snaps into existence, made the instant he became an alchemist. In the pitch-black dark, the potion glows like a secret light. Then he thrusts a cup into the girl's hands, and she shuts her eyes tight, channeling magic to figure out exactly how good it is. Craft sat on the edge of his seat, waiting for the verdict, when Lefa suddenly gasped in shock. She couldn't believe Craft had actually brewed a potion this special. The potion he brewed didn't just work. It turned into a legend people whispered about in awe. Herb practically bursts with excitement, telling the hero they've brewed something incredible. This potion lasts a full half day and can be stored for up to 1,000 years, leaving them both absolutely stunned. Lefa is bursting with joy, and she decides, tomorrow every last settler gets that potion. But when morning hits, the donkeys take one taste of the soup and go, wait, why does it taste different now? Everyone leans in, slurping the soup like it's pure magic, and bombards Craft with, what seasoning did you add this time? Because this potion just cranks the flavor up like crazy. Last night they were all nearly powerless, wiped out to the limit. Then morning hit, and the fatigue vanished like a lie. Even the horse took a few bites of grass and seemed to snap back to life. And honestly, it's wild how everything flipped overnight. Craft shoves the elixir into Kyle's and his sister's hands, but right when they finally reach for a taste, the moment gets ripped apart, because the hero is interrupted out of nowhere. Alfred and Persia, the kids' guardians, are freaking out over their charge's health. They can't shake the feeling the potion is way too powerful, and that unnerves them into suspicion. The other settlers are thriving, and the boy trusts every inch of the craftsmanship, so hard that his grit leaves even the knights stunned. Alfred dares to try the potion on himself. He downs the bottle to the last drop, and a brutal stab of pain rips through his chest as he grabs his heart with both hands. Energy literally floods him, and even Persia starts to panic. Are you okay? But Craft steps in fast, assuring her the potion has 0 side effects. The potion hits like a lightning strike, but the fallout is terrifying. Then boom! An alarm screams across the camp. Goblins are swarming in. Persia scrambles to read how tough the defenders really are. But her scouting tells her a brutal truth. They're not nearly as strong as she'd hope. One lone fighter sprinted straight at the goblins, shouting that he'd take them on head first. The goblins surged forward, spilling out like a tide with one goal. Alfred barrels into the goblins like a wrecking ball, and with brutal, thunderous punches, he sends them flying every which way. Even with all those brutal, top-tier techniques, the knight never once wears out. Craft's heart swells with real gratitude for his help. Fueled by their newfound strength, the settlers tore forward at lightning speed and blew past their own timetable.
Thinking they'd reach in a month, they somehow crushed it way earlier than anyone expected. The team smashes their way to the finish line in just a week, then stops dead in their tracks, staring at overgrown, crumbling house ruins, stunned that this is what they were fighting for.
Turns out Luffy didn't just wander into this place, he grew up right here in this village. Crest leans in and touches the shards. Then memories of her childhood explode to life in her mind, right as someone shouts, calling out to Luffy. The boys spot the perfect spot, lock eyes, and swear this is exactly where they'll rebuild their village. Crest figured he'd have to rebuild everything from zero out in the wasteland, so this news hits like a miracle. Until Luffy freezes, because she insists this settlement used to belong to the dwarves. Kyle's coming in hot. Before the shift even starts, our manager has to huddle up and talk to everyone. Luffy tells the seller she's got Kyle's heart in his hands, begging him to give a speech. Then she bolts to call everyone on the spot, while Crest stands there, lost in his thoughts, wondering what life is like in Luffy's hometown. Crest wanted to lift the girl with a kind word. Right then, Kyle stepped up and politely addressed the hero, only to realize too late he was standing in front of an aristocrat. Once it hit him, Crest shot back with an immediate apology for his rudeness. The boy flashes a confident grin and vows to push himself closer to the Crest. He demands everyone call him without any formalities, but Crest shuts him down fast because the gap in their ranks is way too big. But he digs his heels in and won't budge an inch. He leans on his charm and sharp mind, like he's already bracing himself to surrender. They locked eyes, and after that tense moment, the hero finally nodded and agreed. Kyle's unusually cheerful today, while his security team looks like they're not buying a single bit of that vibe. Kyle steps up to the settlers and lays it out. Defining boundaries isn't optional, it's survival. Because the new territory only stays safe when everyone can clearly see where the lines are drawn. This land they're standing on has to be built up fast. No delays, no excuses. He rallies his people and demands they give everything they've got to reach this goal. The crowd erupts in thunderous applause, and Kyle's guards can't stop the tears streaming down their faces. Pure pride. While Kyle himself takes in the admiration, like a king who knows exactly what he's earned. The hero spots Kyle's sister in the distance, quietly cheering for her brother with shaking excitement, and he whips around to face her. He says the girl can stand right beside him, if she wants to. Then the girl rushes up to the craftsman, leans into him for steady support, and right as that happens, Kyle orders the settlers to watch over the alchemist. Crest stared at the boy, stunned, as the kid insisted, "Look, the hero had already saved people again and again, and he'd still be a lifeline for countless others long after this." The settlers hit the road to chase their crafts, and he's riling everyone up with one message. Work hard, no excuses. And just then, trouble shows up as people come closing in on them. The builders freak out in joy, grabbing the guy, hurling him into the air and cheering like crazy, while Leafa watches from afar and quietly clocks the truth. Crest is responsible for these people too now. Even with everyone shouting and objecting, it dragged on for almost a full hour. The second they finally cut him loose, Leafa dives straight into the chaos of organizing everything. Leafa decided to reward the guards who rode with them down the road, and she didn't ask for anything crazy. One bottle of potion to refill their strength was all they got. Crest reaches out with a bottle, but Leafa cuts in fast. She says the potion needs a special container to keep its quality intact, then tells Crest he should make that kind of bottle himself. But Crest immediately blurts out that this tincture can last a full 1,000 years, and the second he says it, everyone in the room is so stunned they can't even hide it. Inside this special bottle, the potion can survive a full 1,000,000 years and still keep every bit of its power. Fresh off a healing elixir, the adventurers burst into their journey, while the masters are already sweating over brand new buildings. Leafia stood before the house she'd been told to settle into, and she couldn't shake the feeling that pairing her with Crest was strange, especially since this place was way bigger than the others nearby. Then Crest leaned in, all curious, and asked if she truly didn't want to live with him. The girl mutters a reply under her breath, then drops her gaze, cheeks burning with embarrassment. Crest tries a joke, it bombs instantly, and she just gets even more lost. Then he shrugs and admits, yeah, living together feels weird, but they're both guild members, so they're comrades no matter what. And that still doesn't stop her from being furious at how clueless he is.
Liffey realizes that cramming their lives into one room is a total tangled mess, full of awkward uncertainty.
But the builder swears this house has separate rooms, and everyone gets to live in their own space. So yeah, she's got absolutely nothing to fear, yet the girl can't shake the crushing shame burning in her chest. Kyle closes in, but Luffy's tied up. While rage flares in her chest, she seizes Craft's head and hammers it to the ground, furious at the prank that just humiliated her. Fear clenches his chest, but he still rushes to the Eye of Life with an urgent cry, because the village has no well at all, so every trip for water means slogging all the way to the river, and it's a nightmare. Craft nods and says one solid well inside the village would make life way easier for everyone. Liffey doesn't trust them to snag a water vein that easily, but Craft slams back that he can make water himself, though Liffey refuses to buy it, convinced only wizards can conjure water and Craft's just an alchemist. Still, Craft starts recalling the water-creating spell he picked up earlier. The moment the new emblem touched him, magic roared to life inside his bones, and he finally felt ready to unleash everything he'd learned. Liffey and Kyle are buzzing with excitement, and then that genius device hits them with an even bigger, smarter plan. He suggests using dowsing to track down the perfect spot. The guys are totally lost. They have zero clue what this even is. Wi-Fi can tell this is no accident. It's a way to sniff out water or hidden underground veins. And she's right on the money. Craft plans to forge a magical pendulum from plain stone through alchemy. This pendulum snaps into perfect rhythm the moment it hangs over the underground veins. So they could hunt for water even without fancy gadgets then. Right in the middle of it, a nasty problem snapped into place. They can't make magical stones at all. There aren't enough resources, and there isn't even a single material to start the production. These stones fall out of monsters, and the deadlier the beast, the rarer and pricier the drop becomes, which is why alchemists use them all the time. Crafting demands an orc's magical stone, and getting it is a nightmare, so if you send Persia and Alfred on that quest, who's left to watch the kids? You can buy stones in the city, sure, but because you're burning through them non-stop, getting the huge amount you need is going to be a total grind. Craft blurted that he was already raring to hunt for stones. Then, out of nowhere, a settler sprinted up to him. He reports that the scouts have spotted a nearby village, and the craftsmen can't believe their luck. In the village, at least 20 orcs crowd the streets, and the ordinary settlers, plain, simple folk, are terrified because they know exactly how deadly orcs can be. But Letia doesn't tremble at all. Not even when she's staring down a whole pack of them. She admits she's already ditched the life of adventure, but don't worry, she can still handle a couple of orcs. Then Craft cuts in and declares, "This time, I'm going alone." He's a former adventurer, so he won't let the girl risk her life, because he knows exactly where that road leads. But she snaps back that she used to adventure too. Craft is pushing for the chance to be trusted with reconnaissance. Nobody saw it coming, but Craft himself admits he picked reconnaissance mostly because he's an absolute trash magician. So he had to shoulder every other job, cooking meals, repairing whatever broke, and hunting down medicinal herbs. And since he kept running reconnaissance missions again and again, they finally decided this job could be handed to him. Kyle and Liffey both knew this guy had already taken more than his share of hits. He bids his friends goodbye and tells them, straight-faced, that he's already fully ready to stand up for himself. So Craft sets off to scout the area, but the dense forest fights back. Every step feels brutal, and without that endurance potion, those thorny thickets would have swallowed him whole. He moves cautiously through the forest, expecting traps to spring at any moment, and he double-checks everything, so he won't get swallowed up and lost among the trees. Soon, danger crashes in like a storm. He follows his gut, and right there, he stumbles straight into an orc camp. Orcs are huddled around blazing fires, roasting their game as they devour it greedily. And according to the Craft notes, don't expect 20 of them here. It's closer to 30. Craft didn't just sit around. He launched an expedition to put the crushing new magic he'd gained as an alchemist to the ultimate test. He was still on the fence, so he swallowed the words and didn't dare tell his friends about her. At the very least, he'll try, and if it ends up getting him nowhere, that's still not a bad thing at all. Crouched in the bushes, he weighs his next move, clinging to the power of his emblem. But if things explode in his face, he'll slip out and vanish, because escaping is exactly what he's built for. Craft finally surges to his feet and tests the new power for the very first time.
ice prison. A brutal blast tears through the air, and in the next heartbeat, cold prison grips every last corner of the orc camp. The hero can't even blink. There the orcs are, frozen like they've been trapped in icy stone, and they literally materialize out of thin air. Crest refuses to hold joy in. It erupts out of nowhere, bursting with shout after shout of pure delight. At last, he unleashed a deadly offensive spell he'd finally mastered. Before anything else, the best he could do was cast a spell that could only shove objects around. But now, his real power finally bursts wide open. He can't stop grinning because he gets to craft magic that dangerous, while that summoned snowstorm is still wreaking havoc, roaming around like it owns the place. At that exact moment, Craft's blood ran cold as horror hit him. He's freezing. He poured everything into that spell, and the next second, he stumbled straight into a brutal snowstorm, trapped by his own magic. He didn't have time to freeze, so he snatched up every stone he could find and sprinted back to the village. Crest charges back into the village, hauling his hard-earned loot with every step. Everyone stares at him, shocked out of their minds. Then someone blurts, "Why'd you die?" And he blows the builders away by saying he nearly froze to death, only to make it worse when he snaps, "There were 33 orcs, not 20. The hero brags that he unleashed some truly brutal offensive magic. But Lydia slams the claim shut. Crest got booted from the guild for being a useless mage, and then, after the sign changed, he somehow starts pulling off magic like nothing ever happened. With a mountain of orc magical stones in hand, Crest could have jumped right back into adventuring. But then he looked at Kyle and crushed that idea. The hero pushes himself to prove to Kyle's brother, once and for all, exactly what they're truly capable of. With stones in hand, the craftsman forges a magical pendulum. Then they set off together, hunting for the perfect spot to dig a well. They scramble to reposition, picturing the underground water vein. And as they near the target, the artifact bursts into a bright glow. Everyone does it. Then, out of nowhere, the device abruptly dies. Right where the artifact finally crumpled to a stop, its glow erupted into full, blazing brightness. They dug with everything they had, while Lifa kept Crest out of the hard work so he could rest for a moment. And just as everyone was grinding through it non-stop, they all abruptly stopped, eyes wide with shock at a sudden surprise. Everyone bursts into joy because they finally tracked down water. The builders could barely believe it. On their very first try, they hit the vein, even though everyone knows that's usually way harder. Lifa blurts out how Crest turned into a real hero, slaying monsters and stumbling on a water source, and the builders instantly light up, deciding, if it's that kind of miracle, then we're building him the best well. In the morning, the hero wakes up to bright, joyful news. Another well has somehow sprung up in the village overnight. The second Crest drops into his breakfast seat, he clocks it. Kids from fancy aristocrat families are coming at him like they already know his name. Mina, Kyle's sister, tells him good morning, and Kyle instantly clocks it as weird because only someone deeply, wildly into the craft would show up like that so early. But she won't even step close to the master. Shyness hits hard, and she refuses to break the rules of good manners. When the guys asked Crest what he had planned for today, he just shrugged and said he was free, then admitted he'd probably spend the day digging into herb research, and Mina felt her heart melt. Product size. The girl brushes his cloak like she's testing a secret, but he can't read a thing. This aristocrat says nothing and gives 0 clues, while her guard, Belcio, keeps his eyes locked on every move. She insists that the girl is grinding every day to get closer to the main character. Crest immediately clocks it. Belcia is nothing like Lydia. The guard stares, jaw dropping, as Crest reaches into his spatial storage and yanks out several magical stones, just blown away by what's even possible. A young man grinds stones and whips up a healing potion in a massive barrel. And after a bit of time, that medicinal brew is finally ready. Since the potion won't spoil, they haul it straight to the warehouse. And that's what has the girls hooked. They're staring like hawks, tracking every single step. Manus leans in, studying the young man's every move, and Belchea hurries in like, "Stop! Don't pull the hero off course! Time to get back to your own business!" But the young man grins and shoots back, "Are you kidding? Being around girls this charming is the kind of honor I'd never pass up." He tells the girls they can stay longer if they want, but the second he turns back, he spots the mood shift in Belgium. She stares at him with pure blazing anger.
The girl is so rattled that she snaps into overdrive, hurling accusations at Crest just to mask how scared she feels. I snatch the boy's cloak again with my hand and flick my eyes over to Belcia. She shook her head, sat up tall, and followed Persia, her expression basically screaming, "Don't let the compliments go to your head." An hour slipped by, and the young man, all on his own, churned out batch after batch of potions. So many barrels that the entire cellar filled with that fiery brew. He freezes, mind racing. He's itching to test those poured potions, but he can't bring himself to hurt his own body on purpose. And just as he's about to decide, a brutal scream rips through the air and snaps his focus away. He bursts out of the house and spots a wounded hunter, Jitara, hauled out of the forest. Then the boy is laid down with care, and everyone crowds in at once, demanding to know what happened. Turns out goblins just tore through here a little while back, yet the hunters still wiped them out, one by one, right down to the last enemy, only to realize too late they weren't ready for a fight that brutal, because they paid for it in blood and bruises. Alfred snaps into action, sizes up the danger in seconds, shouts for the village defenders to fan out into patrols, and drives the rest of the residents into hiding inside their homes. He and his assistant haul Jutaro to the shelter. Then he demands, right in Craft's face, whether he's got any healing potions, and Craft shoots back, "Yeah, I've got them." The young man's wounds turned out to be far deeper than anyone expected. Belcia quizzes Jutaro about why he didn't bolt when he spotted the goblins, and the boy admits they were way too close to the village, so the hunters decided it'd be suicidal to just leave everything be. And then, softly, Jutaro tells Belcia she's his older sister. Belcia feels instantly awkward and darts the talk to something else, while Craft kneels down and carefully tends to the boy's wounds, checking them like every detail matters. Yet no matter how hard he works, the injuries stay brutal, deep, and dangerous. Things are going terribly. Jutaro is slipping away, and Belcia can't conjure a potion that's guaranteed to save him. With that massive blood loss, everyone's terrified the boy's injuries will turn fatal any moment. Craft stands there, lost in thought, wrestling with one terrifying question. Should he risk those untested potions on himself? But in their village, not one doctor even gets this kind of treatment, so it's basically a one-way street, no real choice left. The boy decides to hand the hunter the potion, and Lifa's already got a barrel loaded and ready. The craftsman scooped the potion with a ladle and dumped it straight onto the patient. Boom! Thick vapor swallowed him whole, and he vanished inside it for a few tense minutes. Everyone nearby stares in shock at what's unfolding right in front of them. Craft had never seen anything hit this hard, or watched vapor get this thick, like it was choking the air right in front of him. He's starting to believe it's all hopeless, until the boy snaps his eyes open and bolts upright. He swears he feels zero pain at all, and says every wound is already healed. But that's impossible. Healing herbs can't work that fast. No way. And yet, Jitaro stands there, totally unscarred. The young man threw the hero a heartfelt thank you, grateful because he was fully healed now. For the first time in his life, the boy got treated with herbs, and the relief hit so fast he practically couldn't stop smiling. Craft saw it instantly. This wasn't normal. So nobody should expect that kind of miracle every single time. They can't believe that potion can actually bring back the blood they lost. Yet the moment he takes it, he feels absolutely incredible. Craft tells him to slow down, watch himself like a hawk, and don't let his guard drop until tomorrow. But Jitaro acts like he didn't even hear it. He just strides straight out to help in the field. He's bolting in a panic after he blurts out that Belcia is his older sister at the last second, and that twist just lights a fire of rage in her chest. Yet somehow the boy looks totally fine, like he's fully bounced back. Belcia demands the military be told about elixirs this powerful, and Craft shrugs, saying it might not be so bad. Maybe the village will finally get orders from the army. But Belcia isn't buying it for a second. She leans in and asks the hero straight up if he's ready to keep her next words locked down as a secret. Belcia leads the hero to some remote spot, and right on cue, a small meetup with Lifia is waiting. Lifia wastes zero time and hits them with the news she's been dying to share. Even though the girl doesn't want to scare Craft, the nobility out in the borderlands never stops bickering. Either they're squabbling at each other's throats or lining up for the next attack. If that kind of elixir lands in just one faction's hands, it'll spark a brand new war. They know the army will gladly fork over a fortune for the elixir, but for the sake of peace, they've got to keep it locked down in secret,
so they can quietly investigate just how powerful it really is. The hero nods and says yes, but he still plans to sell that elixir, until Belts steps in, shuts down his complaints for now, and makes it clear. The whining won't stay buried for long. The guys split up the work like this. Belcia stays on guard for the aristocrats, Lafia gets the fence built, and Kraft goes right back to trying to talk Hitaro around, again. Here's the thing. This kid isn't new to danger. He's an experienced hunter, and he'd never let a goblin lay a finger on him that easily. Goblins aren't much of a threat if you know how to fight, and Belsi fully agrees. He even admits the master's got a point. So the hero bursts onto the field, hunting for Yatara with everything he's got. He's curious about what the young worker feels, and yet the guy looks so full of energy he could charge out hunting this second, and he even boasts that he'll go after the beast himself. But the hero steps in softly, steering him away from that plan. When Chataro gets asked how a goblin hurt him, he shrugs, saying his own weapon is ancient and keeps getting duller every time he swings it. The hero finally gets it. Yep, the metal is already starting to rust. So Kraft rushes straight to the shed where the kid left his sword. Jitaro's sword training is already queued up. Then the Kraft steps in again, and his mentor slams the brakes by forbidding him from lifting a finger that day, dousing the young warrior's fire. Kraft spots the blade in the barn, and the truth hits him instantly. The boy's got a crappy machete that's already broken, and even after he fixes it, it's still going to snap again. Kraft locks onto the perfect alchemical technique, grinning because he finally has enough stones to run the experiment. Then he dives straight into the trial, while Gita Ryu stands proud, bragging to the other hunters about how fast his wounds sealed up. He rips off his shirt and stares everyone down. Every last inch of his body is spotless, not a scar left behind. Everyone's grinning like it's the happiest day ever, calling the craft wonderful because you can get hurt now without worrying about the fallout. But the craft never wanted that, and it refuses to have people thinking that way. Kraft dropped by Lifia's forge, and there she was, seated at the workbench, hammering out her latest creation with focused fire. He tells her to try out his brand new invention on the old ammo she's been painstakingly fixing. He hands her a bottle of special uplifting oil, and the moment it hits, sheer shock rattles her so hard she can't even get words out. She told me she'd already heard the secret. Turns out every blacksmith swears by it. Even so, stuff like that is insanely rare, because only alchemists can make it, and that's exactly why the girl couldn't stop staring. So if you use it for forging, the thing you make won't just be stronger, it'll hit a whole new level of power. With Lifestyler's insane skill, the outcome is set to be pure magic. Kraft even admits he can't stop staring at blacksmiths. And yeah, blacksmithing isn't the most important thing in life, but no matter what, she's determined to fix everything right here. The girl bursts out to hunt down edible plants. She keeps grinding on the blade non-stop, pouring every last ounce of her effort into making it razor perfect. Once the blade is finally ready, Jitaro gets his chance to test it, and the kid practically glows as he feels how perfect this new sword is. He whips it around eagerly, cutting through anything they throw at him, and his friends instantly panic, begging him to be careful. Lifa leans in and closely studies the machete blade, searching for any sign of how sharp it really is, and whether it's still in one piece. The blade stayed perfectly intact, and that's a seriously jaw-dropping feat. If they'd hardened that blade the usual way, it would have splintered like glass, but the oil changed everything, boosting its strength by several times. Kraft clenched his teeth and reached for yet another potion. They slick the blade and potion, and then Kraft, like he knows more than he's saying, mysteriously tells Gitaro to try the machete on a tree. He springs upward and slams into a jutting branch that sticks out ahead of him. He slices the branch clean off, without even breaking a sweat. Jitaro strolls along the branch, and his sword slips, just a nasty graze along the tree's trunk, so the whole thing starts to lean, and he grins like, perfect. Now I can cut through everything like it's butter. Everyone here realizes the tree is starting to tip over too. Then the kids go totally wide-eyed, frozen in shock by the sudden twist. The second they spot the fallen tree trunk, they freeze in their tracks. Jitaro roars out his call, and Kraft watches the outcome grin wide. Because this blade isn't just a machete anymore. It's something far deadlier now. The new elixir is already sharpening the oil, and the hero bursts into laughter, roasting Lifa for being the first one to shout that name out loud.
Lefa's face screamed real fear, no trace of a joke at all. So right away, Kraft scrambled to apologize. She pleads with Kraft to make sure everyone's warned next time, so nobody gets hurt. And the guys finally let Jitaro go, telling him to use the oil sparingly and handle every tool with total care. The young man bolts away laughing, shouting at full volume that he's about to show everyone exactly what he can do. Lifia slams her hands over her face. She'd warned them how deadly that can be. Then everyone freezes in shock, as the machete carves straight through things like it's a magical sword. As a blacksmith, Leafy can read a sword's true power just by looking at it. Kraft swears the sharpening oil keeps its magic for a full day with normal use. But if you're out chopping trees, it only lasts half it. If they use the bottle for everything, it'll be gone in just a week. Yeah, they've got magical stones to refill it, but right now, that's not even the real crisis. Leafa yells that Alfred has to be stopped right now, but Kraft just lets out a regretful sigh. Because at this point, it's already too late. When night drags on and sleep refuses to show up, Kraft finally snaps and heads out for a walk. He's convinced he knocked out every job for today, and the elixir shelves are fully restocked. Kyle's room erupted with moans that sounded totally impossible to understand. The hero leans in, and there, right inside, he spots the boy tossing and turning, breathing through a nightmare so brutal it looks like it's tormenting him even while he sleeps. He curled up in agony, like every nerve was screaming. Kraft shouts for the boy, desperate to grab his attention. The hero lunges in, fighting to wake the boy before it's too late. Persia shows up and shushes him, urging him to stay quiet so he won't wake the prince. She insists nothing big is going on, yet Kraft can't process it, staring in disbelief, completely stunned. The girl couldn't believe it. Everything felt even better than usual right now. But the boy still only managed good sleep because of healing herbs. Still, when their magic wore off, the attacks came back. Kraft can't believe how bad Kyle's condition is. Kyle's just been hiding it all along, and that's why the girl says it's so hard to spot when something's off with him. Turns out the guy's got a serious heart condition, and that's when Kraft finally gets why the guard babysits the aristocrat so carefully. Persia can only back him up with pure muscle power, yet she's dying to ask for something. And the second she hints at it, he's already figured out what she wants. So he nods and agrees on the spot. The alchemist is so confident, he's already sure he can whip up a cure for this disease. For real. The hero straight up tells Kyle, "You're like my little brother," and that's when he decides he'll do anything for him. She's bursting with inspiration and urges him to start, right now. A world where every craft had its own level, and each one pushed farther than the last. He's rushing to the library, hunting down the exact info he needs. He digs up the records on the plants they need, but getting them is going to be brutal. Those plants only grow in savage, unreachable terrain. You've got to head straight for the swamps. Monster after monster waits there like it's hunting season. And Kraft finally gets it. Those special healing potions don't show up often because the ingredients are brutally hard to find. A nasty swamp sits nearby, and Kraft decides to head straight in and see what's lurking there. The swamp seethes with giant hydras, monsters so dangerous they'll snap you in two. Kraft watches them from a distance, silently tracking every move with his magic. This tracking magic lets him spot things from miles away, and when he looks down, he realizes the swamp is packed with hydras. Hydras have bodies built for control, and a whole army of heads, so they rule most of the swamp like kings. So Kraft knows he can't sneak in here and pick herbs in peace. As soon as he got back, Liffy fired off, "Where were you?" He admitted he'd gone hunting for herbs to brew a new potion. He even found them. But when it came time to pick them, he couldn't collect a single one. Kraft leans in and says the hydras are messing him up. His field of vision is too wide, so one clean shot just won't connect. Lafayette can't stop the shock from flashing across his face when he hears about Hydra, so Kraft leans in and demands why it hit him so hard. She told him, "You've got no idea what went down here in the gnome village. Stuff he's never even seen coming." Tearing up, the girl blurted that the hydras had wiped out the village. Usually these creatures stay in their homes and won't lift a claw unless you come too close, but this time something snapped. Out of nowhere, they swarmed together and launched a brutal attack on the gnomes for no clear reason at all. Liffy admitted that even now, they sometimes still show up, and those brutal memories wreck her every single time. After Lithia's story, Kraft froze beside her, words stuck in his throat as his mind replayed every detail of what he'd just heard. The girl's curiosity snaps into the air, so he tells her he's hunting medicinal herbs and going solo, staying hidden from the Hydras because they won't attack if you leave them alone. But Lithia boldly steps in and declares, "I'm going with you." She pleads with Kraft to ease up, and she puts her full faith in his battle-tested judgment. She nods and declares he'll be the leader. Then they waste no time and start assembling a whole team. He pulls his trusted crew into his home, lays out his daring plan to trek into the swamp for medicinal herbs, and warns them about every deadly thing that could be waiting out there for him. He never brings up Kyle's sickness because right now he's desperate for teammates. After a brief silence, Persia finally finds her voice and snaps into action. She tells the stunned Alfred, "Take care of the kids." Alfred senses Persia's got her own reasons for this journey, and he doesn't hesitate. He agrees. Zitaro jumps at the chance to join too. Yeah, his candidacy leaves him a little baffled at first, but he won't back down, because he's sure he'll link up with the others and move forward. Jotaro is about to step up as an archer, raining help from afar, while Luffy and Persia stay right in the thick of it, holding the line so they can safeguard the master craftsmen together. Now there are four of them. Kraft spots that Luffy's completely zoned out, drowning in her own thoughts. But there's zero time to stop and ask what's wrong. At last, everyone's set and the journey is about to kick off. Then the hero steps forward and says, "I'll handle it," asking to bring just a small carry-on, since he'll stash everything he needs in his own storage. He pushed hard for every teammate to stay razor fast, and Persia? She doesn't even have to change. Her light armor fits her perfectly. Meanwhile, Lithia strides into view before her companions, clad head to toe in gleaming metal armor, gripping a massive hammer like she's ready to smash the whole world. Kraft seethed because he'd prayed the satellites would finally work right, but the girl just waved him off, telling him to watch quietly and never interfere. She springs sky-high and darts across the scene with razor-sharp agility in her new outfit, and Kraft can't hide it. He's shocked to the core because he never saw this coming. Jutaro's the only one left. He's upgraded his armor, and now he looks like a full-on bandit or pirate ready to cause trouble. Turns out the guy had squeezed into his best clothes, whole outfit locked in. But Kraft wouldn't dare tell him the truth. He doesn't look that great. Kraft tells the satisfied Jotaro to coat those arrows in oil. Then, if it doesn't work on the first shot, no sweat. They'll just swing back and try again. Then he tells the entire team, "Don't hold back. Grab every elixir you need and go for it." Persia remembers how, back in the army, they drilled them to save potions for the last second. But this isn't a battlefield anymore. The settlers' lives come first, and that outweighs every rule they ever taught her. Still, her thoughts don't stop there. Persia strides in with full confidence, swearing she won't get a single injury because she has no intention of taking even one scratch. So the team pushes through the swamp, and Kraft picks the route with the fewest Hydras, because nobody's got time for needless battles. If it goes down like that, every Hydra from the whole district will start crawling in here. Then Kraft finally starts laying out his plan to us. Levi's got the plan locked in. He hits the Hydra from the front, Persia swings in from the right, Jotaro fires support from a distance, and if things go sideways, Kraft jumps in too. Once they hit the spot, Kraft hustles to grab the right herbs, and the whole team bolts out together. Right then, Levi snaps, "Everyone, quiet!" They spot the Hydra hauling the crocodile in and clamping down tight in its deadly embrace. The hybrid snaps and gulps the crocodile whole in one brutal bite. The monster erupts from the swamp, towering so huge it leaves everyone staring in awe. That's just how dangerous the Hydra is, Lithia snaps into command and orders everyone to stay on full alert. Lithia charges straight at the Hydra without a shred of fear, and honestly, that monstrous giant size is absolutely jaw-dropping. When the Hydra finally came into view, it was way bigger than anyone thought. Kraft immediately demanded a retreat, but Lefa blew up, swore they could take it down, and there was no time left to back out. A monstrous giant towers over a helpless little girl. She plants her hammer right under the monster's wild headbutt and stops the ferocious attack cold. Kraft and Jotaro can't believe it. She doesn't even blink, not once. He's stunned, trying to figure out what crazy technique she's using. Lefos's coat of arms is built for fine craftsmanship, but she still swings in with wheel combat moves, proof she's been trained for years.
Just as everything seems to settle, one bodyguard suddenly snaps into action from the side. Her sword flashes, slick with fresh oil she sharpened it with. Crest can't shake the doubt that this plan will even scratch a monster that big. And while he's still worrying, the girl whips out her Phoenix Whirlwind technique. Her sword whips through the monster's neck, and she rockets past it, only the smear of her strike lingers in the air. All four freeze in shock as the Hydra literally crumbles to pieces right in front of them. The guard crashes into the water with a wild splash, and right behind her, shards from her shattered neck splatter into the mud, while Jotaro blurts out, staring in stunned awe at the girl. The girl beams as the potion hits perfectly, while Jotaro yanks a magical stone straight from the monster's body. Then, Crest can't help staring at the boy and thinking, he looks exactly like a bandit. Suddenly, Lifia bursts into laughter. She keeps laughing, louder and louder, until her friends can't ignore it anymore, and worry starts creeping in. The girl suddenly bolts to her feet and sprints off with everything she's got. Everyone's left rattled and wide-eyed, staring at what just happened. Then Knight snaps, "Don't freeze!" and barrels forward first, daring the rest to keep up fast. She rockets after him way faster than anyone expects, and Crest and Jotaro scramble behind her. But the moment they finally catch up with the girls, horror hits, right in front of them. A brutal, real-life massacre is laying waste to everything. Both of them burst forward and tore into another Hydra, ripping it apart in an instant as the boys stared, completely stunned. Even after landing their hardest hits, the elixir of endurance keeps them razor steady, refusing to let fatigue creep in, so when the monster sees it, it backs off and retreats fast. But Lifia is certain now, this monster has nowhere left to run. Crest and Jotaro stepped back, eyes locked on the chaos exploding right in front of them. They've got to scramble out of the hit on their own, and they're fuming, cursing this girl for being reckless. Silence crashes down, while the mutilated Hydras rot in the swamp. The entire team got locked in place, their eyes glued on every beat of what was unfolding. Right then, Lifia snaps back to herself and spots the boys. Pure terror has them completely frozen. She gives a satisfied smile, but you can tell she's still kicking herself over the plan changing. And Crest nervously tries to calm her down, insisting everything's okay and there's nothing to worry about. With a grin, she leaned on her hammer. Turns out she could finally claw back at least a little revenge for the gnome village. Crest nods and agrees with her. Lifia leans in and thanks him, grateful for the chance he just gave. The Knightess finally blurts out her side of the story, insisting she had no choice but to step into the battle. Yet the moment she finishes, her explanation falls flat. The Master isn't angry that the plan flopped, because they still pulled off what mattered and got the herb they needed. Crest can't stop wondering if Lifia was sent here in pure anger, but the truth hits harder than that, and in the end, everyone heads back to the village. At last, the young man clenched his resolve and readied the legendary potion. Kyle can't get it without a trial, but nobody's sick, so there's nothing to test. Then, out of nowhere, a guard storms in, like he's been waiting for this exact moment, ready to take the potion as soon as it's brewed. When she hears what's happening, she snaps, "Fine, I'll stand under that waterfall myself, and if I have to get sick, then let it be me, not anyone else." Crest can't stop thinking about what he just learned. So they ask the girl if she's ever been sick like this before, but her training has forged her into something unbreakable. Doesn't even a waterfall knock her down? Still, all that dedication crumbles. Then Kyle bursts in, demands everyone calm down, and the room finally starts to breathe again. Everyone stares at Kyle in shock, like he popped out of nowhere, and then they slap on a "good morning" as he strides straight to the table with the test tubes. Somehow it hits him. These potions are made for him, and him alone. Kyle shoots the young man a huge thank you. The boy snatches the bottle in a flash and gulps it down, and nobody even has a second to stop him. Everyone in the room stares in shock, and nobody can believe what they're seeing. "It's already far too late to stop the boy," Lifia is shouting warnings, because nobody's tested these potions yet. So there won't be any problems, because he truly trusts his own skill. The boy blurts out that he feels way better, and everyone nearby bursts into smiles. Then he bows and sincerely thanks Crest for saving it. Still, the boy faces the aristocrat with total, unshakable seriousness. He demands, "Don't you dare lie." The boy rushes in, insisting the potion really worked, like it actually got him back on his feet. But Crest refuses to back down. He demands Kyle tells the truth. As false rumors about what the potion really does tore through the area, everything started going wrong fast. Then the guards heard Crest's words, and their hearts sank, killing their will to fight. The truth is, the master was only half convinced that this potion could actually heal the boy. These herbs can knock out colds and flu fast and help you bounce back. But these diseases don't just appear out of nowhere. They're triggered by outside forces, while Kyle was born with the damn thing from day one. Crest didn't know whether that potion would actually help him survive his congenital disease. The guard snarls at Crest, not able to believe Kyle will stay like this forever. But when the hero throws out another idea that actually might work, the whole room goes dead quiet. Crafter snaps to Kyle, begging him to give the endurance elixirs a bit more time, because he's already adapted to every side effect, and he swears he'll stop deceiving him for good. The guard slips into his craft in total silence, choosing skill over brute force every single time. She blurts out an apology for snapping, then shakes it off, like there's nothing wrong with it at all. That reaction is totally natural. The girl says she's always slipping out of the safe village to craft stuff. This time she heads out with a boy, and Lifia can't believe the legendary potion still won't work. Crest thinks it's a special disease because the doctors couldn't do a single thing to help. He knew healing magic couldn't fix hereditary diseases, but he still clung to a miracle. Then someone told him there's another route. It just gets way more complicated. For now, Kyle keeps the disease off their doorstep with healing elixirs, but the settlers have to expand the village. No delays, no excuses. He came here with one goal in mind, to forge his own guild of adventurers from the ground up. This is a huge help for everyone, because the village is always one attack away, and it desperately needs its strongest defenders. There's a potion that could save Kyle, but the swamp herbs he needs are nowhere near enough, and the other ingredients are so rare they might as well be legends. That rare grass only grows in a spot so deadly, one wrong step can get you killed. In the very heart of the dragon's lair, where the fire breathes and the walls feel alive. With pure grit in his chest, the determined boy vows to himself he will cure Kyle, no matter what. A crew of travelers pushes onward, hacking through a brutal stretch of land, already miles deep and closing in on a remote border village they can't afford to miss. Because monsters keep stalking their route, and panic gnaws at everyone's chest, worrying they'll stumble into a dead, abandoned ruin. And then, barely loud enough to be heard, one traveler quietly admits he's not just afraid. He secretly hopes to find someone special waiting there. Travelers swear they're raring to take on the hardest trials, no matter what hits them. But the second they reached their destination, they had no clue a city bursting to life was waiting for them. Massive buildings tower everywhere, the streets look spotless, and a brand new well has suddenly appeared right nearby. Lifia spots the travelers, and someone from the group blurts out, stunned, "Wait, is this village really only half a year old?" She leans in and confirms it's all true, dark confidence in every word, then tells them she's got big hopes for the new faces. And yeah, they're thrown for a loop, stunned and impressed. During this time, the whole village felt brighter and louder. Settlers started hunting for daredevils to form a local guild. Then, out of nowhere, someone burst in and yelled, "Master, something has to be done!" This is Redok, his friend, a real adventurer. And when Crest locks eyes with him, surprise hits like a punch. Back when they were on the same team, the hero had worked with him too. So the young man fires back at Redok, asking how he ended up here, and whether he really came to watch over the newcomers. Redok confirms it, but says that's only part of the truth. Redok showed up ready to work, and Crest's whole body jolted with shock. Redok's got the rank of a sailor among adventurers, and his crew, hard-hitting veterans. Crest can't wrap his head around why they'd end up in the middle of nowhere until Redok grins and tells him the truth. Monster territory is everywhere here. And now that a village has shown up, they can hunt non-stop without stress over supplies. Redok even admits he still regrets losing Crest from the band, while Crest just feels totally awkward, not knowing what to say or do. The hero is desperate to trade a few words with Redok. He still remembers the moment he teamed up with his crew at the very start, back when they were all fresh, clueless rookies, and the whole world felt like pure wonder. But as his friends kept leveling up with every mission, he stayed stuck, and it crushed him, until Kraft realized the work had started weighing on him. He felt like he couldn't keep up, so he finally quit the group.
After that, he jumped onto one team after another, but no matter where he went, the same crushing fate kept catching up to him. Kraft tells Reddick all of this, warning that an imbalance like that never ends well. Then he can't help wondering if the hero even knows what everyone calls him in the guild. Kraft smirks, because he's heard that nickname too. Self-proclaimed mage.
Turns out, only a small handful of people actually took it seriously.
Even then, those folks weren't anything legendary, until they dropped another nickname. Kraft became the go-to mentor for every rookie who dared to dream of becoming a real adventurer.
The rookie adventurers ended up stuck on his team, and the moment they realized it, embarrassment hit so hard they couldn't even bring it up. While for Kraft, this was totally brand new, because he'd never heard of anything like it in his life.
Sure, they rode Kraft's genius to big success, but the day came when they had to kick him out of the band, and even now a lot of people still feel guilty about it. Kraft decides to rewind to the days he trained fresh young adventurers, then sets off on brand new journeys with his friends, this time in a whole new way. He remembers how, little by little, people started dodging him, and in the end, their paths finally split. To his shock, the hero realizes that even with all his doubts about his own importance, there are people in the guild who genuinely care about him. Reddick said he and his friends decided to repay Kraft's kindness by jumping in to help develop his village. The boy reaches out with his hand, ready to lock in a handshake. That's why the village is exploding in size fast, because the Adventurers Guild just opened, and it became the spark everything ran on. In these lands, monsters have always surged in, swarming over everything like a living nightmare. This spot pulls in adventurers who come hunting, right here, right now. Because of this, the village starts growing day by day, and brand new jobs spring up one after another. People keep flooding in, but the houses are all gone. There's not a single one left. Now the whole village has banded together, ready to expand the hotel with all they've got. And that's not even the best part. An urban weapon shop just opened in the city, and crowds keep swarming around it non-stop. The shop is packed to the brim with adventure seekers, and the owner just stands behind the counter, stunned, staring at the crowd. She's never seen so many customers in her life, and she can't even decide where to begin. All eyes snap to her. Every word she drops lands like it's gold. Kraft steps back, instantly getting it. Everyone's here for Solora. The whole place hums, like the world just threw a party. Then, out of nowhere, someone calls Kraft's name. Here's Kyle, the kid leading the hero straight to the negotiation room. As Kraft pours the tea, doubt nags at him. Something's off. The guy leans in and says they've got to talk about something major, right now. Beside Kraft sit his sister and the guard Belcia. Right then, the thought hit Kraft like a jolt. This village had to have a name, and he didn't see it coming. He had no clue this place was still nameless. Every earlier try to build a settlement here had crashed and burned. And then Kraft lit it up with one simple idea. Name it after the leader, the village of Kayla. Alfred and Belcia already pitched the idea, but Kraft's still drawing a blank. He admits everyone knows how impressive Kyle's accomplishments are, and almost nobody would argue it. Belcia cheers him on, yet Kyle cuts in. They built this village together. Once the new folks roll in, this village is going to grow at breakneck speed, fast enough to leave him uneasy. He can't shake the feeling that his name doesn't really fit the village's title, though Kraft is sure it's the perfect pick. Still, Kraft tells him to think it through together. Then, swings the conversation to Belcia and asks her to spill her ideas. But she digs in her heels and swears Kayla is the only option. No other path will do. Then the hero whips around to Mina and drops an even nastier idea. Kraft Village. Even though Kyle likes the name, Kraft pushes back and insists they name the village Lithia. But the real credit for all of this lands on him. So hard, even Belgium is ready to admit it, until, right then, someone starts knocking at the door. Lithia slips into the room and instantly clocks Kraft and Belty whispering like they've got secrets, maybe even figuring out who'll lead the village. She's already ready to slip out quietly to avoid interrupting, but Kraft spots her and throws an invitation, pulling her inside.
She handled the problem head-on and then jumped right into the creative process. She pitched the idea of calling it Twilight Village, and everyone recoiled, claiming the name felt too gloomy, like the village was already slipping into decline. But the truth hit back fast. The title wasn't gloom at all, because the main character's coat of arms sits on the Twilight symbol itself, right where it should.
Because he's not just an alchemist, he's a dark alchemist, and it's his deadly special powers that have pulled this village up to the thriving life it enjoys today. Kyle thinks nice name is the perfect vibe, but Kraft absolutely won't hear it. Then Belsea steps in and swears the sunset is already warning them of doom. Kyle throws out a new name, and it hits hard. Dun Village. Leafia swears this name marks the start of a huge journey. That's exactly how she thinks a border settlement should be named. And Belsea nods along, because it was Kyle who came up with the idea. After talking it over with Mina, the boy straight up declares the new name with a serious tone. Golden Dawn. The second Kyle shows up, everyone bursts into non-stop praise, straight up brushing off Kraft and his words like they don't even matter. The hero only catches the boy's voice as he races off to grab the necessary papers, then tells Leafa he's determined to name the village after the Kraft. A little more time slips by, and Kraft suddenly senses it. The perfect moment is finally here. He strides up to Leafa and speaks straight to her. The hero leans in and tells the girl, "I've wanted to go mine ore for ages," then snaps that this is the perfect chance. He's aiming to dig up iron, copper, mithril, and adamantite. And when he invites Leafia to tag along, he points her to the exact spot on his map where he planned to go. Based on the Guild of Craftsmen's predictions, that's where the rare minerals are most likely hidden. So Liffy from Frown stares at the old map like it's everything. Zero distractions, eyes locked on the exact spot. Crep tells her, "Getting here isn't some walk in the woods. This forest is packed with monsters." And right then, Leafia finally gets it. That's why her village is desperate for adventurers. You can head straight to the Adventurers Guild, ask for an escort, and pay them using the village budget. Just know, mining that ore is going to eat up a ton of time. Better steel can forge lockpicks, and a special potion can sharpen them to bite faster. Plus Leafia, true dwarf that she is, can help you track down the perfect ore. The hero blurts that he wants to try something different, and Liffy stares him down like a hawk, because she can't stand it when he's hiding something again. Still, Kraft isn't about to spill his secret. At last, everyone's finally ready to kick things off. Roddick, brand new to the crew, thanks Kraft for setting up this adventure. And Kraft grins that he only picked the village's finest. Then, somehow, Jitara shows up too, even though Kraft swears he never meant to invite him. So the whole team hits the road, hunting the ore they absolutely need. This is also the first step towards saving Kyle. Reddick cautiously presses why Leafia is keeping such a close eye on Kraft, but she shrugs it off like it's nothing. With Redoc's squad backing him up, the guy kicks off a hunt for rare metals, and as their leader, Redoc wastes no time, introducing this newcomer to the crew like, "All right, you're one of us now." And get this, he's got the swordsman's symbol on him, and he still throws everyone off when he casually admits he once ran with Kraft on the same team. In the group, there's another girl slumped in gloom, Legal, the local scout. Kraft greets her like an acquaintance. Yeah, they've crossed paths in the village before, but they still haven't found the time to actually talk. They grin at each other and pour out the truth, how damn happy they are to finally meet. Back when Kraft was riding with the adventurers, his heart caught hard for her, but later he woke up and realized there was nothing waiting between them. She's always loved Redoc, so he shoved those doubts out of his head. Still, it's wild how they ended up running into each other again. Retic whips everyone's attention his way and declares it loud. This is Priest BEP, Wizard Bardock, and Warrior Morda. Turns out Kraft knows both of them. This Chaos Mage is insanely powerful. His magic hits like a truck, and yet he's still got no family crest. And this mug? It's tougher than any regular human, won't chatter at all, but somehow it always spills the exact truth you need. Then Jitaro storms into the conversation, slams his name down loud and clear. "I'm Jitaro, and I'm a young hunter." Most people don't usually walk up to a guy and straight up ask if he's been dumped. That hit him like a punch, because it was his absolute best outfit. Redoc tried to lift his spirits, saying he looks like a real nameless bandit, just like the ones he worships. Jitaro snapped back, furious and offended.
The crew plunges deep into the forest, and monster after monster hammers them as they fight for every step forward. Radak leaned in and asked if they could grab those amazing magical stones and other valuable stuff off the monsters' bodies, and Lithia nodded right away, confirming they were allowed. Crest cheers the adventurers, gushing that they've shattered every single one of his expectations.
It's all because of those endurance potions, the warrior and ranger swear they're game changers in battle. Yet the mage grumbles that he wants the same kind of help, and the craftsman immediately smirks, telling him, "Don't worry, I saved something special for you too." This potion is pure mana. Crest keeps stretching this Bardock, and everyone around him cheers because it's already insanely expensive, and now it's got legendary quality too. Reddick swears this plan will let them beat even a Cyclops, but life can't shake the fear that after his big talk, luck is about to ditch them. Suddenly, the travelers spot a cave looming nearby. The heroes have no choice. They've got to dive in, because that pendulum's screaming that the ore inside is massive. The mage and the alchemist unleash orbs of light at the same time, and while the warriors grab torches, the heroes already know how to light the path. So they stride straight into the dark cave, fearless. The travelers dive deeper into the cave, pushing past the darkness like it's daring them. Water drips from the ceiling as lizards skid across the walls, and this corridor is so tight you can barely squeeze two people through side by side. But when Lithia crouched and studied the soil, she just knew. This ground was hiding ore. And Crest couldn't wrap his head around how she figured it out. Lithia, the dwarf who can't rely on light, somehow spots the ores in total darkness, like they're glowing in front of her. As they descend, Lithia scans the ground like it's a ticking bomb. Everyone leans on her hard, praying this spot hasn't already turned into a dungeon. Reddick points it out. There's no creepy dungeon aura here at all, just an ordinary cave like any other. Deep in the dungeons, mysterious places ripped from another world. Monsters so powerful lurk in the dark. And right beside that danger, you might uncover a trove of rare treasures. Meanwhile, the corridor keeps stretching wider and wider as it goes on. The heroes come face to face with three stone lizards, monsters clad in thick, near-impenetrable hide. The adventurers snapped into position and slammed into the monsters with a perfectly timed, coordinated attack. The lizard slashes the warrior's shield with a razor-sharp claw. The ranger yanks his bowstring taut, praying his arrows are drenched in oil that sharpens every single blade. The arrow slams into the lizard's forehead, and it drops instantly, dead on the spot. This lights a fire under adventurers. Now they grab their gear and tear into the cave, hunting every last secret. The fight with the lizards keeps raging on. The ranger teamed up with a warrior who threw a shield in front of her, protecting her in an instant. The battle finally erupts into silence. Boom! The message hits, and it confirms it. The lizards are wiped out. Now all they've got to do is grab the right materials and push forward, and Crest can't stop praising how solid the guys are as a team. With a wave of sweet nostalgia, Crest flashes back to the days when he was out there as a full-blown adventurer. Radak casually pointed out that handling the lizards was easy for him. There's no doubt his years of adventuring have sharpened his skill to the edge. Even so, they both admit that the scorching hot oil helps too. Hardly ever does anyone truly celebrate growth, but our hero happily backs that belief, straight from the heart. Right now, the priest from Renek's team pipes up, saying he wants to prove what he can do too, and everyone instantly agrees to push that challenge to later. Suddenly, Lufa's eyes catch the ground. Something's changed, and she uncovers fresh ore deposits right there. And yeah, Mithril shows up here too, but it's pretty scarce. The artifact pulls the girl deeper and deeper into the cave, and she finally blurts out the truth. She's dying to go inside. They spot an open spot for free, and the girl suddenly bursts into delighted cheers, like she just struck gold. Inside that massive cave, crystals of ore light up every inch like a glittering secret. The girl tosses caution aside and sprints straight toward them. Lithian never could have dreamed she'd stumble on this, an insane pile of mithril ore sitting right here, bigger than anything she ever expected. Everyone leans in to congratulate the girl, until a sudden, brutal, loud noise crashes the moment out of nowhere. In the dead of night, a glowing eye snaps on out of the shadows, and Crest barrels forward, shouting at Lithia to come back right now.
The Cyclops blasts out a deafening roar at the girl, and she fires back with a scream that screams pure terror. From the blackness, the monster claws its way into view, towering over the heroes and slamming real fear straight into their hearts. The boys are yelling, "Liffy!" at the top of their lungs, begging her to come back, every word shaking with pure terror. Bit by bit, the traveler starts cracking the truth. He's finally getting a grip on who he really is. This right here is a Cyclops. One look and you know trouble is coming. The monster swells to a terrifying full height, and Letia, without flinching, lifts her chin and locks eyes with it head-on. Reddick snaps into motion, barrels straight at the monster, and throws himself in front of the girl to shield her from the incoming danger. He shouts for Lifia and Sori to fall back, then turns to Mord and orders him to stay, right there with him, and fight. Bardock thinks he should unleash every ounce of his offensive magic, and BEP backs every move he makes. The adventurers waste no time, jumping in together and syncing up like a perfectly matched team. Mortis swings his axe and lands a brutal hit, but Craft's instincts scream, "Instantly, this doesn't feel right." The Cyclops sprang backward in a heartbeat, just barely dodging the punch. The monster jerks its head up again and unleashes a bone-shaking roar that just won't end. He slams into himself, and somehow the guys break free and bolt, right as the face eats the impact straight on its shield. Right then, the warrior's lifeless body gets flung backward. BEP shouts his name, reaching out, but the next second, a hand with a coat of arms clamps onto his shoulder. There's the alchemist. He shoves the warriors forward, yelling at them not to stop, as he vows to patch up the wounded with his healing potions. He bends over the broken mortar, yanks a potion bottle from under his clothes, and downs it. The warrior snaps back to himself at last, and his whole condition shoots upward fast. He snaps upright in a heartbeat, rockets straight into the fight, and swings with zero hesitation, leaving everyone around him gaping, because the way he's bounced back is faster than even veteran adventurers would have dared to expect. Turns out the Cyclops is insanely agile. Redak grabs Sorala's attention and orders her to sink the shot straight into his eye. But as she watches Mort unleash a brutal flurry of blows on the Cyclops, her eyes widen. No way. The thing moves too fast for any of this to work. The Cyclops backs off again, springing away from danger like it's got somewhere better to be. Turns out the monster was ridiculously strong, so Redox basically concludes this is a one-sided slaughter. Craft can't help but wonder, can I even do anything at all? The dungeon's fire and wind feel way too risky, so he forces himself to hold back. Earth magic makes zero sense to him, and worst of all, he barely remembers a single thing about area attacks. He's got it. The alchemist lifts his hand, and snowflakes whip into a wild storm around it. Every eye is locked on the hero, and the crowd can't hide their shock. What he just pulled off has them genuinely impressed. Craft grips a fresh, elongated creation in his hand, shaping it with purpose. This is his fresh new move, the Icy Fang Dart. He locks on, then hurls the dart straight for the monster. A crackling magical shot tears straight through the monster's chest. The Cyclops cringed in sharp agony. Everyone nearby is frozen in shock. They've never witnessed magic like this, and the impact spot is slowly icing over, layer by layer. Radak huddles everyone around him and shouts for Sori to lock onto the eye. Then he and Mordor crash into the Cyclops with a surge of fresh, savage strength. The warrior unleashes his strikes, wielding the Sword of the Storm, then landing the wolf's crushing blow. The warrior surged straight at the Cyclops and slammed him with crushing blows. Finally, Sorel squeezes the trigger, and the bullet slams into the target dead on. The monster suddenly goes rigid and starts to tilt, inch by inch, and Redoc instantly clocks what's happening. This giant's about to crash, so he snaps orders for everyone to fall back before anyone gets crushed. A Cyclops crumples onto the ground, struck down by a brutal hit, rusty arrow jammed deep in his eye, and a perfectly crafted projectile still sticking out of his chest. At last, the guys slammed their work shut and finally wrapped everything up. Everyone's beaming and throws their arms around Craft because he's helped them through so much. Lafia is over the moon because the travelers just crushed an unbelievably powerful monster. Craft praised Redoc and said the work was exactly what he'd expected. Then Redoc fired back, flat out disagreeing. Reddick makes it clear, this wasn't luck at all.
Raw skill is what carved a path through that monster.
Reddick clocks that the alchemist has mastered jaw-dropping magic. Sorel nods and says, "Yeah, we just made the final strike."
The hero practically burst with joy the moment he heard those words. Kraft finally saw his magic and hard-earned skills pay off, because they came through for his friends at the exact right moment. Now that the cave is finally safe, Lithia can't stop herself from rushing in to mine the ore. She's the one tasked to do it. While she gets to work, the other adventurers fan out to grab supplies from the fallen monster. They cut the chase and hit the point instantly. The travelers huddled together, chanting that they had plenty of supplies, but the monster's stench was pure torture. Then one of them snapped and shouted to the master, pushing him to get to work right now. "This is Lithia," she grins, wields her pickaxe like it's nothing, and cheers for the hero to jump in and mine ore with her. Inspired to the bone, she somehow pulls it off all by herself. At last, they've got 4 barrels of ore, but Lithia isn't satisfied. She pushes for even more. The girl grimly points out the stone should hide even more treasure, but her pickaxe can't budge the brutal rock, and it proves completely useless. Kraft is pacing like he's about to explode. He's ready to try his brand new weapon, and Lithia stares at him with pure indignation. When she asks, the hero leans in and says it's a magical explosion, because if he doesn't hold his magic back, it erupts on its own and tears through everything nearby. Lithia is certain this ends in disaster. He's built the devices so the blast won't happen without his explosion signal. Yet that doesn't calm her, because she's terrified of the explosion itself. Kraft flashes a confident grin and tells the girl he's never been beaten, so this time, it'll work out too. Right then, another adventurer closes in, asking the heroes what wild surprises the main guy has lined up, but Laphael snaps, demanding everyone step back. She's all heart, telling everyone to duck behind the rocks, and Kraft stays cool, saying there's nothing to fear, while Gitaro bubbles with curiosity, practically itching to get a look at the hero's brand new invention. And Lithia grumbles that it's way better to skip this whole spectacle. Kraft is a real magic prodigy, so it's wild how much you'd expect people to buy into it, but Lithia can't shake the feeling that something about him just doesn't add up. She pulled off a full-on sell job, but only Saru bought it. Everyone else circled Kraft, eyes locked on her brand new device, studying it like it might explode. Kraft is seconds from starting the countdown. He leans in and tells Lafayette that she's freaking out. He clamps his hands over his ears and starts counting, while the girls, lurking behind the stones, watch him with sharp, careful eyes. The explosion was right on the edge of happening. Then, boom! An explosion crashes in with a thunderous rumble. Even the girls cowering behind a pile of stones got brushed by the shockwave's hit. They spot the poor adventurers getting left behind as the aircraft rockets off, shoved away by a thunderous explosion. Smoke chokes the air everywhere, and through that brutal haze, all you can hear is relentless coughing. Lithia spots Kraft coughing and gasping through the smoke, and she snaps into action right away. Kraft exhales in relief that he didn't pull this stunt on the Cyclops, yet she's dead certain. That guy has crossed every line. Kraft snaps Lafaya out of her fury by jabbing his finger behind her, right there, in a crack. Crystals glitter like treasure, and now they can strip even more ore. Kraft even grins and says it's worth it. They risked everything to unleash his magical explosion. Liffy launched into it. If you handle explosives right, they're insanely useful. Like when you drop one into a rock's hole, wire it up the right way, and it tears straight through even the toughest stone like it's nothing. Kraft is stunned that she only had to fire off one explosive to get this far, but she won't let you steer the talk away for even a second. She snaps at him that the jokes are done. Then, right in that instant, the hero whips his head around because he suddenly hears something weird lurking right behind him. From the swarming dust, enraged adventurers burst in on a deadline, desperate to corner the hero and tell them something life-changing. That night, Kraft dropped to his knees for 2 straight hours, zeroing in on every safety instruction like his life depended on it. Then, the trust he'd just clawed back vanished in the blink of an eye. A few days later, they swept back into the village, and the locals cheered because the heroes had actually nailed the Cyclops. Before they even caught their breath, the kids were sprinting up with one burning question. So, did you find Mithril? And for them, it felt like they'd finally earned a real holiday. The young man shot a greeting at Kraft, and Maine slipped in beside him, settling down in silence.
he greeted back. Then the young man shot the next question. Where in the world was Lafon? The village's traveling merchants couldn't even process it. Somehow, they'd really snagged Mithril. They bombarded Lafon with non-stop questions, demanding to know when the sale would start. But Lafon tried to stall them. That's exactly why the shipment got delayed. Merchants are practically salivating for Mithril, and they'll fork over any price just to get it. Kyle said, "Let's push the report back until Lafon gets here," and the hero nodded along without a second thought. Then the girl slid down beside him. Is it normal that she's not beside Kyle anymore? She used to cling to him like glue, never drifting far, and now she can't even bring herself to meet his eyes. After Lafon finally showed up, some time slipped by. Then she rushed in, voice apologizing for being late, because she'd almost gotten swallowed by a horde of merchants. And the second Crest saw her, he clocked the messy, disheveled mess in her hair. Lafon urged everyone to skip ahead and dive straight into the report. They stormed into the cave they'd found in their planned spot, and right when the door to darkness swung open, stone lizards skittered, ghostly lights flickered, and giant wood lice crawled around. Then other wild creatures appeared too. Kyle stared at the cave like it was trouble with teeth, and the girl nodded, dead serious about the danger. Yet somehow, they still hauled out a huge load of ore fast, and she said there were 5 big reasons why. First, they had magical explosives, then sharpness oil. Next came a special storage place, and finally, a rock-solid escort that wouldn't let anything slip. Crest wrapped up her tale, saying the 5th reason is life itself, and how you truly understand it through your hands. Then she thanked the Redax crew for moving fast, getting everything done, and leaving not a single person hurt. The potion of endurance was everything, right down to the battles it turned the tide with. Because without it, they'd never have had the strength to crush that Cyclops. That's why the monster earned the chilling nickname, the Adventurer Killer. Cyclopes chased their victims all the way to the end, and that relentless pursuit has gotten plenty of reckless fools killed. Kyle just breathed out in relief that they'd made it. Crest, though, was already locked onto one thought: the Mithril. She realized those spotlights weren't brand new. Someone had planted them there first, and that sudden truth sent icy sweat pouring down her back. Kyle urged that he stay put and not leave the village for now, and Lafon nodded along, saying something huge had just shaken up Mithril processing. Masters who once couldn't touch the metal had suddenly cracked the technique, and in one instant, the demand for Mithril skyrocketed. So wait until the price hits its peak, then sell, Crest said. It's just a personal request, but could they at least trade off some of their gear to the adventurers who just moved here? Kyle lit up and said it was a genius idea, then pushed for a plan. With the Redox team's earnings in their pocket, they can upgrade their gear fast. So Lafon had to kick off the morning by forging Mithril ingots, while Crest was itching to corner the girl and grill her about something else. A few days later, Lafon stepped in front of the boy. She swore she'd done every single thing he demanded, then called him up to come see it for himself. She's praying he'll feel the same, and the hero's dreaming of it right back, counting the seconds because he can't wait to see her, while the girl barely even hesitates, fully convinced it'll happen. Lafon led the boy to a boiling cauldron where alchemical wonders could be forged. The young man leaned in, studied the object like it held secrets, and grinned as he called it amazing. Then the engraving stole the rest of his breath with pure beauty. This is pure genius. She's a true master of her craft. The girl pushed the plan, take it to the boy's alchemy room, and he was told to stash it in storage. The hero grabbed the item, and right then, everything around him burst into crackling energy. Crest couldn't make sense of what just happened. Then he crumpled to the ground. Lafon snapped, asking if he was okay, and Crest stammered that the moment Lafon touched him, a flood of information hit his mind all at once. When she first forged that special anvil, the same weird thing happened to her, and she was stunned out of her mind. Could it be that the Master's emblem has a secret power? He got hit with a tidal wave of information. His head felt like it was seconds from exploding, and the timing couldn't be worse, because this new flood of knowledge arrived exactly when he needed it most. So he decided to test the kettle right then and there. Crest started dumping different liquids into the cauldron and stirred it all with focused, careful hands. Inside, everything blazed with light, and Lafon couldn't help but think it was unbelievably beautiful. The young man unleashed magic, and the whole world erupted into blinding light, bright enough to make everything pop. The girl leaned in and asked, "Is it all set?" He grinned and said, "Yeah, it's all working out." Now we've got a strengthening oil for mithril. Slather it on top of high-quality mithril, and boom, you forge solid mithril, a metal that hits a whole class higher, tougher, and stronger than anything before. Leifon tapped into his analytical brain, and she swore that's exactly how they'd forge metal of the absolute highest quality. So the team didn't pause for a second and jumped straight into testing the method right away. She backed off for a moment, then came rushing back with pure joy, shouting that she'd scored the greatest news. She was going to craft a brand new hammer and anvil, and she'd already dug up a ton of wild, useful lessons about weapons and tools. Now she can do all sorts of things she never could before. And even with that, Craft can't help but rave about how incredible it is, until the girl shoots back that it's actually him who's incredible. They're in his debt, and she turns right around and thanks that guy like it's the only thing that matters. The boy blushed hard and started blurting excuses, insisting he hadn't done anything like that, it just happened, okay? But the second he saw her smiling, he found himself grinning too. Leifon then suggested they make something new, and now she'd be buried in work. Only then did the boy realize she never even heard a word he said. 2 months have blasted by since then, and during all that time, nothing, absolutely nothing, has happened. The knight told Craft, "I've already been there," then thrust a blooming ambrosia flower into the boy's hands. Kyle demanded to know if this was the same legendary flower, and Craft finally confessed that he just went straight to Redek because he needed to know, once and for all, if it was real and really here. The girl spots the hero posted up by the wall, while he just stares off into the distance, lost in a dreamy gaze at the ambrosia flower. That night, it clicked. Hours had passed, but they still nailed the exact spot they were hunting. Keep going straight, and the trip drags on for several days. But take the right road, and they'll be there in just a day or two. Craft asked whether they'd already tried anything like that with endurance potions, and boom, it turned out they were moving faster than a horse at a full gallop. For a normal guy, that trip would eat up about a month, so the man asked, "Have you been there?" And when he nodded, he admitted they'd pushed to get as close as they could, without ever being spotted. Everyone in the room stared in shock. He had no feathers, and his body was pure green, like a real living green dragon. Crafts couldn't help but feel lucky. The enemy couldn't fly at all, and now whispers were flying too. This opponent had defenses like armor and strength that felt unstoppable. Still, the truth was simple. Once you know even a bit about your enemy, everything clicks into place. The boy had one burning question. He needed to be sure of it, no matter what. Kyle shot back, asking if they were already talking about how to beat him. Craft just nodded and gave a half-confirming answer like, "Yeah, that." They huddle up and lay out a plan to take down the dragon, but Kyle cuts in fast, too risky. Because this isn't some pretend beast, it's the real deal. He can't wrap his head around it. Why fight it at all? The hero snapped back that they had to collect a ton of those flowers, because they weren't just rare collectibles, they were the key ingredient to brew the medicine that could heal Kyle. And they were also the vital components for crafting the elixir. Craft swore he'd bring down that dragon, crush this flower into an elixir, and wipe the sickness off Kyle's body for good. That night, everyone was buzzing with hope, praying they'd finally beat Mr. Kyle's ailment. Yet Kyle just stared with a sad smile and told them even a hero couldn't pull off a cure. He refuses to let this happen. No way will he stand by while someone else risks their life for him, and he's dead set against this plan. Craft wasn't even surprised. He'd expected exactly this. Kyle snapped that it wasn't up for debate, since they were risking their lives for the cause every single day. And the girl said, with fearless confidence, that she'd give her life for him, while the boy immediately understood what that meant. But he can't wrap his head around how to handle his illness if it might hurt someone else. Because the moment anyone suffers because of him, he swears he'll never forgive himself. Kraft said he's a truly wonderful, caring leader. But the hero made it clear this wasn't just for him. The young man stared in confusion, so the hero snapped, "Look closer at the map." Turns out the dragon's lair is sitting right where they're planning to build the road. This settlement has a mountain of important work, but the biggest job is carving a road to the city. a road that also links two neighboring countries. And they won't get a chance to start until they finally deal with the dragon problem once and for all.
But can they actually take down that dragon? Even a whole army would rather not cross paths with even one of those beasts. Yet Crest shot back that they've still got a real chance. Right here, the deadliest monster hunters have gathered.
So he built the Adventurers Guild in this city, knowing these fighters have the power to crush any danger that comes their way.
They've got healing herbs and heavy mithril ammo on hand too, so serious trouble shouldn't happen. Alfred even nodded and told the hero, Kyle won't let disaster strike. But then Crest leaned in and said, yeah, I've got one more reason. If they can brew up 2 elixirs and then hand one straight to Margrave Baylord, wouldn't that be the kind of insane win that makes Kyle look unstoppable? Alfred and the girl kept repeating the hero's words about phantom medicine and sacrifice, and Kyle watched them like a hawk. Hearing that this could be a huge win for Mr. Kyle lit a fire in their hearts and gave them real confidence. Despair crushed the young man as his fist shook, clenching tighter by the second, and he pleaded for just a little more time. Then Crest stepped in, swore he could craft the elixir, and promised it would heal Kyle, turning this into a breakthrough no one had ever seen. Alfred and the girl nodded along with the boy's plan, promising to back him no matter what, and Kyle snapped, "Hold up, just a second." He burst out in front of them and barked for silence, shutting down every word they were about to say. This isn't what he wants. He doesn't crave attention, and he doesn't need medicine either. He's trying to steer everyone clear of the pain he could bring, and that's the whole reason he's fighting this. He couldn't stand the thought. He begged them, "Don't risk your lives for me," and the boy sobbed, choking on bitter tears. The servants were in full panic over the boy, and then Crest finally stepped up to Kyle and threw a real apology his way for all the worry he caused. You softly ruffled his hair and swore you'd finally spill their secret plan to him. They burst out onto the street, and the hero snapped, asking Jotaro if everything was set. Jotaro grinned and swore it was all ready to go. There's plenty of room here, no one's gonna mess it up, and he told him to start. So everyone immediately knew exactly what was about to happen. He cut her off and told her it was only her opinion, because he'd rechecked everything again and again. Jotaro even backed it up. Then he tried to calm Kyle down, demanding the girl finally understand him. Crest snapped Kyle's attention tight. Something unreal was about to hit, and Jotaro grinned as he pulled the bowstring back. A deafening explosion tore through the air. Everyone stared in shock as he pulled off a brutal, earth-shaking explosion with nothing but a bow and an arrow. The hero leans in and asks if the guy remembers the magical explosion. He just says all he can recall is what the report mentioned. Then the hero hears their plan. This time, they've upgraded the explosive strapped to the arrow, so even if they miss the perfect spot, they can just fire it in and make it count. Lyphon's mithril bows are a total game changer. She forges them so they fire brutal shots with hardly any effort, and with their insane range, the enemy can't even close the distance. They'll be stuck watching their doom from far away. Kyle heard the weapon's hum and knew it sounded unreal, and the knight grinned, saying that with this kind of advantage, victory wasn't a fantasy anymore. Bels turns to the master and begs for one thing: let her fight in the battle. 86. Alfred even asks for permission, and the knights push the boy to say yes, but he freezes up, stuck between fear and not knowing what to tell them. Crest pleads with the child to stop resisting, then grips her with the truth. He loves her more than anything. And they're not the only ones who know. Every single person in the village knows about the boy's illness. Everyone keeps hunting for something, anything that might help him, but nobody says it out loud because admitting the cure might not work is downright terrifying. Everyone packed in to back him up. Crest practically pleaded with Kyle to let them save him. The boy broke down into tears and admitted he'd acted shamefully, snapping only because his love for them was so fierce. And the moment he realized his choice could decide who lived and who died, fear ripped through him. As the village chief, he'll need to level up too, so he nods and gives them his full consent. They've got one deal, promise they'll come back alive, unhurt, and whole. They made that promise, and right then, everything was already set and ready to go. And finally, the day arrived. Time to grab your gear and go hunt that dragon down. When Crest burst out onto the street, a massive crowd surged into view like they were waiting for him. So he couldn't help asking if these daredevils really came to take down the dragon. The knight just smiled and said even joining this campaign alone can earn you a ton of glory. And they're thrilled to jump in and help both him and Kyle. At last, it all clicked for Kraft. He caught that same unstoppable determination blazing in everyone's eyes, and it hit him too, like the whole truth finally snapped into place. The best feeling is helping someone who needs it. So Leifan marched up to the boy and begged him to trust them with keeping the village safe. And the boy grinned back, saying he'd been counting on them all along. Suddenly, the boy snapped around. Mina grabbed his cloak and held him tight, and the young man demanded to know what went down. She just promised, "I'll wait right here," then begged him to come back safe and sound. The young man gently stroked her head, murmured that it was all going to be okay, and promised he'd come back, no doubt. The adventurer finally clenched their resolve and kicked off their journey. So the company threw caution aside and marched forward, jaws clenched, determined to smash the dragon. The adventurer tightened his grip on the binoculars and stared at the dragon. Then what he saw ripped straight through his soul. That green dragon loomed so huge, it practically swallowed the sky. Even from this far, you can feel how unstoppable he is, because the knight has faced him before, and now he's not just wary, he's downright terrified. He leaned toward the craftsman and demanded to know, was everything already ready? He nodded in full agreement and said, "Let's start." The boy barked orders. Every adventurer, lean in and listen close, because the first stage of their plan had just kicked off. He tells them, if you don't pull this off, you'll be cut loose right away. Because why keep fighting when you already feel your power hit the ceiling? They launched their brutal assault on the dragon, and nothing was going to stop it. The dragon's eyes snapped onto the adventurers the moment they stepped into view. Suddenly, he erupted into a shout. "All right, it's time." They crashed into the attack, yelling at the top of their lungs, and the knight snapped that they were pushing forward too, while Belsi just nodded back, like she fully got what he meant. The boy unleashed Swift Strike, and Belsi snapped back with a quick heavenly slash that lit the air on fire. Other adventurers rush in and hammer the dragon from every angle, surrounding it like a storm. A band of adventurers stared down the dragon with raw, open hostility. The girl's eyes snapped to it. There was blood splattered on the dragon. The knight pushes them onward, and they keep going. No pauses, no losing that fire in their hearts. Suddenly, the dragon shot its head up, and Kraft immediately blurted a warning. This thing was seconds away from blasting fiery breath. The main character lunged one step forward, then froze, right there, face to face with the fire. He dropped to the ground and shouted, "The giant earth rampart!" A bizarre creature burst into view behind the wall, like it came out of nowhere. Maybe this was the moment he never forgot. The instant he finally said their plan out loud. And the second he sensed the enemy's breath, he snapped into action and threw up a magic defense. Trapped and surrounded, the dragon gets swallowed alive as its flames blast across the walls, burning it from every single direction. The wall shattered with cracks, and the hero clenched his teeth, hissing that it won't last a second longer. That night, the darkness demanded it. Everyone scrambled to set up the explosives. The warriors surged toward the dragon, and at the exact same instant, loosed a storm of arrows into it. A thunderous blast tore through the air, and the dragon erupted in a bone-chilling roar. Pain crushed him, and right then, Belchea roared, "We're winning!" as the creature's strength started to drain away. At night, those screams clawed at him from every direction, like the whole world was pressing in, crowding his lungs. They have to unleash every weapon they've got, going all in with full power and zero hesitation. Suddenly, the dragon threw its body wide and unleashed a thunderous roar. Then blazing light burst outward, flooding the whole group of adventurers in instant glow. They're still totally lost. Then a blinding flash erupts on the dragon's horns. This is its next move, and everyone has to brace right now. But nothing moved at all. The dragon just stood there, lifting its head to the sky like it was waiting for something. Kraft finally snaps into it. Nothing actually happened here, so why in the world did that magic circle even matter? Some people shrugged it off as a bluff, but others stared at it and went pale, because it looked dead serious, and they braced for the next strike. But the arrow didn't get a single step farther. It slammed to a sudden stop against an invisible barrier.
Another wizard lunged with a spell, but it fizzled out in midair and never even got close to its target.
The spell failed again. Crest clenched his jaw, then leaned in and dissected every single thing that had just happened.
It hit him. This wasn't just any spell. It was protective magic. The hero roared at Redok that this light would wipe out any magic, including magical explosions, and if that's true, then nobody has the slightest clue what else it can do.
Redok snapped that they had to fall back, right now.
Suddenly, the dragon lurched and started gulping in air for its next breath, and Crest realized, no matter how huge the land or how strong the fortifications were, they couldn't keep them safe from that distance.
He kept roaring at them to bolt, faster, faster, right now. That young man remembered every word. His friends had put their trust in him, and he swore he wouldn't let them die.
Crest snapped his head toward Redok and yelled,
B-E-P! He demanded they show off their skills, and right there, cut the excuses, because they had zero time for explanations.
I barreled right up to him, clamped a hand on his shoulder, and shoved him hard in the back. He yelped instantly from the sudden pain.
Then he tumbled across the ground, and that dragon snapped its jaws open, spitting out flames out of nowhere.
Crest touched down and immediately fired up the Great Earth Mine once more. A monstrous wall shot up from the ground, slamming shut the path of the dragon's fire and choking the flames dead in their tracks. The hero stumbled, almost lost it all, but he still pulled off his plan in the end. And still, they can't beat him. Trying would be a total waste of breath. They'll never beat that dragon, so do they run or do they fight? If they try to slip away, losses will pile up fast, and I can already feel it. Once the hero steps onto the stage, everything is going to snap into place. She demanded to know every weakness the dragon had. Snip off his horns and he might lose the power to neutralize magic. The girl told the boy to tilt his head down toward the ground somehow, and the young man just stared in total confusion. Not a clue why they needed him like that night. She told her she'd try to do it herself, Belchea Fomulgat. Belch shoved the guy to tilt the dragon's head to the dirt because she was ready to hack off that horn. He was sure the girl meant for him to help, but the dragon ripped his magic apart on the spot. Then she was already on the move, slamming out her attack. He froze, totally lost, until his eyes landed on an explosive arrow. He replayed the instant the dragon got hit. Yeah, the arrow still landed true, but there was zero blast, no boom, no aftermath. Magical explosives are supposed to be a magic assault that shuts everything down cold. So there was no way it should have kept going like that. So physical attacks still hit, meaning they've still got a real shot to turn the tide. But the guy couldn't quite commit, still frozen in hesitation. Then, right then, someone from the crowd on Reddit snapped and addressed the hero. He warned that the second the tiniest chance shows up, you grab it. Because if you don't, everything spirals and gets worse. From the very first moment, he threw himself into the idea of sacrificing his life, certain that this was the only way to bring down that dragon. The young man stared at his comrades, clenched his fist tight, and begged them for forgiveness. He yelled to his friends that it was only one breath. He'd make them hold on through every single second until the very end, and his companions nodded along. He leans on every single one of them, and when the real fight hits, he gathers every last spark of his magic into one unstoppable blast. If you really think about it, Bardock and he can still tap into magic, so the whole dragon magic destruction has a weak spot. It only works inside a specific range. Step outside that circle and it stops. So yeah, there's still a shot. Ridoka yelled at everyone, "The dragon's about to blast fire!" The knights won't budge until the very last one falls. Bardock and Crest fight with totally different tricks. Bardock guards against fire and brutal heat, while Crest slams up a crushing, powerful earth shield. Side by side, they fight that dragon, helping each other blow by blow until it's done. The creature roared and blasted flames, driving straight at the heroes with relentless fury. They tried to choke the flames with every ounce of strength, but even the Redox group together could barely hold back that brutal, overwhelming assault. Bardock barked for Crest and closed in, but Crest swung first and smacked him immediately. Then he threw an apology at his friends and hurriedly asked if they were okay. Through the smoke curtain, desperate adventurers slowly clawed their silhouettes into view. Crest barked their names. They refused to quit, period. One of the girls caught the dragon mid-move, realizing it was about to gulp in air and blast fire. Then the hero just muttered, almost defeated, that it was already too late to stop any of it. A massive stone dangled right above the dragon's head, and the boy swore it was the shot everyone else handed him. And he's not letting her go. He snatches a stone and hurls it dead center at the dragon. A massive boulder slammed down and crushed the dragon to the ground. When magic fails, grab cobblestones and try to forge a shepherd from stone. Then the thing bows its head like it's found purpose. Crest barked at Belsi to move right now, then hurled the potion straight into her hands. She snagged the drop without hesitation and gulped it down. This special potion lets you temporarily break past your own human limits. This breakthrough potion is the real deal. Drink it and it'll absolutely work. The girl blasted into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, she sliced the dragon's horns clean off. He shrieked in agony, and bitter foam started spilling out of his mouth. The girl started to tumble down, and the boy screamed her name, but she only gasped, "Don't worry about me. Keep your eyes on the dragon and the fight." Crest declared the defense is done. Now everyone can smash in with full, no-holds-barred force. The adventurers are charging back in for round 2. Get ready, because the finale is about to hit. Crest rips down Heavenly Thunder, and Reddick slammed a gigantic stone. Then the dragon finally understood. This was it. His end. The brawl raged on, refusing to let up. The peasant stood there, waiting with bated breath, praying the heroes would come back. When everyone saw how battered they looked, they all reached the same conclusion. They didn't pull off victory. Crest just dropped the news. They've already come back. Kyle sprinted in to yank the guy into a hug, practically bursting with joy as he blurted that he was so relieved the hero was alive, while the young man just stood there, stunned by the shockingly heartfelt moment. Then LaFonda lunged into his arms, and when she told the others what he'd survived, you could feel every hardship hitting all over again. Thank goodness he finally made it back home. He was ready to spill every detail. Then the two of them burst into tears and begged him to let it go. All that matters is he's alive, and everything else can wait. And somehow, he didn't lose a single one, because pulling back took courage like a blade. They fought with pure dignity and honor, and the hero chose to prove it all in action, not through a long speech. He dug into the storage and pulled out proof that their victory was real. A heavy chunk crashed down from the dragon's head, and Crest immediately realized it was too much of a trophy. So the hero quietly shoved it into his stash, and everyone went wide-eyed at how strong and unfazed he was. Lafon's fear hit like a truck, and he collapsed into a faint. The hero snapped to the truth. Everything hit them out of nowhere, fast and shocking, so he rushed to apologize from the heart, because he had zero clue the story would slam to this ending. When they hung the dragon's severed head in the square, Lafon's rage exploded like a wildfire. She won't say it straight, so she makes him picture himself in her shoes and stare at the whole mess from the outside, and Crest, still kneeling, blurts out an apology. He never expected everyone to stare like that. And then Mina suddenly darted up and planted herself in his lap, while the hero tried to ask politely for her to scoot off, because her weight was already stealing the feeling from his legs. The boy read her sweet little look like a quiet, "Can I sit on your lap?" And the hero didn't even flinch. He let her stay right there. Kyle leaned in and told him, "Focus, then lay out everything that happened." Crest nodded, then he launched straight into the battle. Somehow, they'd wiped out the dragon with 0 casualties, even though their gear got wrecked. Lafon's jaw dropped. How in the world did they pull off killing the dragon and come out with nobody hurt? They crushed the main mission too, snagging enough ambrosia flowers to count, plus a few other rare herbs for good measure. Because sure, slaying that dragon was the big prize, but scavenging those herbs was the extra thrill. They even hauled in a pile of valuable ores and magical goodies, and Kyle immediately clocked the truth. If these really are treasures, every adventurer in the world will come hunting. So he cut the talks short and pushed the next round straight to the Lafon Guild. Lafon just smirked and promised she'd take care of it herself. Maybe Reddit can spill every last detail of the battle, while the hero keeps talking, and Mina just sprawls on his lap totally at ease. As evening rolled in, the heroes huddled by the plaque. This was where they celebrated their victory over the dragon, and the young man still couldn't wrap his head around what that name really meant.
One of the adventurers swore that every single person was busy decking out the hall, and smack in the middle of the room sat a dragon's head. Craft's gut said they weren't throwing a celebration. They were lining up for something dark. Kyle strode onto the stage, demanded silence, and told them, because of every single one of them, that they'd finally wiped out one of the brutal creatures lurking along the borders. Up until today, this place was feared as the lands of monsters. Over and over, would-be conquerors charged in and failed. But now the dragon is gone, and people finally get to live in a huge stretch of land, safe for once. He's got one burning thing to say. Sincere thanks to the settlers who made it happen, and to the adventurers, traders, and everyone in Golden Dawn.
The boy blurts out. Don't waste time. Celebrate beating the dragon right now. He lifted his glass high and urged everyone. Let's drink together.
The whole village is partying in full swing. Some are pouring drinks left and right, trying to get their buddy good and wasted. Then, out of nowhere, a stranger barges in and calls out to the hero.
It was Riddock. He wheeled around to his friend and demanded, Did you already write the letter? His friend snapped back, No, I haven't even gotten drunk yet, and the whole night practically buzzed with curiosity over why.
This time, their success had one clear reason. Him. Craft swears he simply gave it everything he had. Then Redox jumps in and says, No, he set it up first. He built the case, pulled the team together, and secured the tools, all because his smart, careful plan was already locked in. It all came down to one thing. He stared at his hand, where the mark still showed, and Craft just couldn't find the words to thank her. On Reddit, everyone agreed, but they also all knew he'd pull something off even without that cross. It's wild to think what could have gone wrong, but imagine a crew of adventurers gathering up. Without him, the whole mission would have crashed, and somehow, the night itself was perfectly timed for it. The hero stared at Kyle, laughing and chatting with the residents while sipping his drink, then grinned and said Kyle had built all of this from scratch, completely on his own. Just like Reddick said, this time everything worked out perfectly because he made it happen with his own hands. Craft was sprawled on the grass, soaking in the glittering night sky, when, right out of nowhere, footsteps started closing in. It was Leifon. Then the hero confessed he'd had a bit too much to drink. The girl giggled, bright as sunshine, and plopped down right beside him. She stared into the distance and demanded the boy confirm it was real. Now that the dragon was gone, the village finally stopped getting attacked. The young man stared at the girl in shock, then nodded and confirmed every word she'd said. Then he made it clear that, at the very least, they'd cut the odds down a ton. That raven burst with joy. Finally, it was all over. Later, the girl slumped into the boy's arms and drifted off instantly. Then, in her dreams, tears poured down as she sobbed out for her mom and dad. The hero stayed put, terrified he'd wake his friend and shatter the peaceful sleep they had. A few days later, Craft finally went live, making it official. The elixir was ready at last. A tiny jar sat right in front of Kyle and Mina, and Kyle blurted out, "Is that cream?" Mina shot him a confident nod. Yeah, it was cream, no doubt. Then he blurted out that he had to eat it, right now. It wasn't optional. It had to go inside, into his mouth, down his throat. Alfred from Belcio went totally speechless, stunned by the boldness of those words. The hero told them Kyle's illness was born inside him, congenital, plain and simple, and even his cross proved it. Belcia snapped that if the experiment crumbled, disaster could hit hard. Then Kyle took a spoonful of cream, steadied his breath, and put it in his mouth. Alfred and Belcia bombarded him with questions about how he felt, but the hero snapped at them to cool it. At first, he swore everything was the same, just sweet, nothing special. But then this weird dread hit him out of nowhere. His nights turned restless, and he couldn't stop asking himself, did it really get worse? Tears welled up in the boy's eyes, and everyone around him just stood there, totally clueless about what was happening. Kyle said the pain and the joy of winning vanished from his heart so fast they felt like they'd never even happened. Everything like that was already buried in the past. The boy let out a loud cry, and right then Belcio barreled in, snatched him into a hug, and started calming his shaking heart. She swore, with her whole heart, that this day was coming, no doubt, not ever, not later. She was beaming with pure joy, and Alfred couldn't stop the tears from spilling either. The hero slipped out of the room to avoid bothering anyone,
and Alfred trailed right behind him. He dropped into a deep bow and thanked the boy for saving Mr. Kyle, then asked how he could ever repay him, because simple gratitude and kind words just weren't enough.
The hero breathed a huge sigh of relief. The medicine had worked, clean and perfect. No mess, no complications, nothing but results. The knight nodded hard, saying it was straight up incredible. Sure, they should celebrate, because the Lord was finally back on his feet. But deep down, everyone still hungered for one last thing. Just one more bottle of that miracle medicine. Just one more. 256. Then Mr. Kyle could walk away completely healthy. That's the dream. And Kraft made it clear there's still a real chance to cure him. There's still plenty of elixir left, and the man is completely stunned. The kid spilled every treasure he had right in front of him. Stuff forged from materials he scavenged after he crushed the dragon. There were 129 bottles of suri, a legendary drink that boosts your abilities for a time, and 73 bottles of amrita, where even one can shave a whole year off your age. And then, boom, he's got a whopping 47 bottles of elixir stacked up. Kyle blurted out, "Is it wrong?" and felt like his tears hit nothing. Belcia snapped at the hero, but he shot back, "Yeah, I kind of went too far." Then he leaned in and warned him, "These potions are insanely rare, and if you sell them in the city, you'll get rich in a heartbeat." Praff grinned and basically said, "Yeah, trouble's coming either way," then pushed everything straight to His Highness, Margrave Baylord. Alfred, Belcia, and Kyle couldn't stop themselves from staring in shock at what they'd just witnessed. Baylor Margrave, Kyle's father, slumped over his desk, poring through papers when his older son finally turned to him. The man stepped in, greeted Zaid, and told him, just like that, Kyle had sent him a message moments ago. At first I thought Kyle was just talking all fancy, but turns out he's neck-deep in messes with this settlement already. So Kyle asked if his brother had cried yet, and Baylorid shook his head. No. He swore that Kyle had sent something unreal. Then the moment he grabbed the package his brother brought, he just couldn't stop staring, totally blown away. They finally crushed the dragon, and now they were itching to bring the Margrave that legendary elixir, brewed from herbs they'd gathered for healing. Before long, they'll burst into the Margrave's lands. Kraft gave Kyle a gentle shoulder pat and urged him to talk about what he'd accomplished. Kyle's eyes lit up, and he agreed right away. Kraft said this insane panorama burst open in front of them. It had been ages since Kyle last set foot in Hendinaru, and he still remembered his older brother had come through here before. And the way the boy called the hero, "my older brother," left everyone staring in shock. Kyle finally clocked the huge mistake he'd made, then rushed to the hero and threw out a real heartfelt apology, swearing he'd never repeat it, not to a single soul again. Belcie drilled the boy with a stare so cold it could stop a heartbeat. The young man panicked and scrambled to explain himself, insisting everyone that Belcie had totally misread what he meant. The hero flashes back to when Kyle offered him a shot at becoming his older brother. Then Belcia erupts, shouting that the boy better know his place and refuse that status. They rode up to the city where the Margrave lives, pure bustle, money everywhere, and knowledge packed so tight it feels like you can reach out and grab it. Kyle even realized the capital is worse. More people, more noise, more hustle. The crazy part? The gates never shut, so travelers stream through every day, and that's why nobody charges an entrance fee. The hunter mutters that if he'd known about all this sooner, he would have been here right away. And the other guy tells him to just look around since they're already here, because Kraft had thought the same thing earlier. But instead, he barged in without permission and plopped down beside the nobleman like that was normal. And honestly, the more this guy acts, the more he keeps blowing my mind. Belcea tells the hero, "You're already bold. Now you've got to become even braver." The heroes burst out of the crew. The guards demanded to know if they were tied to Margrave Beeler, and Kraft shot back asking who they even were. The girl didn't flinch and said they were gatekeepers, and Alfred sealed it with a blunt, "Yes, that's right." The guards warned Alfred that the main street was jam-packed, so he should switch routes, and Alfred thanked them on the spot. Right then, Kyle popped out of the carriage too, grinning as he thanked the guards as well. This shock hit so hard that literally everyone's jaw dropped. The guards clocked Mr. Kyle right away and cheered out a warm greeting. They caught sight of the gentleman looking great, and when he said, "Thankfully, I'm fully recovered,"
The men erupted in congratulations, swearing the fresh village air had worked miracles.
Alfred told them it'd be a quick stop, not some long return. Then the guards nodded, understood the whole situation, and swore they'd keep every bit of this locked away. No leaks, not a word. The hero's carriage creeps ahead, and the hunter can't stop staring. These beautiful landscapes are stealing his breath. They showed up at Kyle's house, and the kid admitted he hardly ever came back. Ever since he was little, he'd been shipped off to a rural place. The hunter muttered that nobles don't usually return to where they came from. Right then, Leifon snapped at the boy. Kyle told everyone, "Don't worry about it." Then he turned to the people there and thanked them one by one, because with their help, he'd walk straight into a solid report for his father. And he meant every word. The hunter clocked just how kind that boy was. Then Belcha snapped in and agreed at once, and Kraft immediately felt the truth. Belcha's real feelings were about to slip out. Leifon told them, "Go inside," and the hero immediately worried they'd made a mistake rolling into the ruler's territory in a carriage. Then the young man snapped his head toward Mina, demanding she get up off her knees, but Mina refused to move. Leifon admitted she'd started getting a real soft spot for the guy, and the young man couldn't wrap his head around why she still wouldn't budge. The gates swung wide, and with fearless confidence, the whole team strides in, stepping straight into the unknown. The heroes were celebrating their shiny new trophies, while across the room, someone watched their every move from behind the window glass. Zaid was trapped in Frantina, right in the thick of it. The main crew hunkered down inside the mansion, holding their breath and waiting to see what would hit them next. McGrave Baylor sat right there before them, Zayed's second son, Fratton's eldest. Then he rose up and greeted the guests like he owned the room. Margarius caught that Kyle had fired back an insanely interesting reply. So what? He really came all this way just to lay out the whole story? The young man shot back, excited. He couldn't wait to meet face to face, because he had a bunch of urgent things he was dying to share. Baylor had kicked things off by saying they needed to talk potions. But Kyle smirked and flipped the whole conversation, demanding they show him the potions themselves. The hero snapped, asking if he'd really just get ditched that easily. But the moment he said it, he knew he'd messed up. Standing in front of the noble lord, he suddenly felt the nerves hit hard. The hero dumped 44 bottles of elixir, 129 suras, and 73 umritas on the spot. Kyle's family stared in stunned disbelief at that kind of insane wealth. He hauled in mind-blowing treasures in absurd amounts, and Kyle couldn't even pretend it was normal. He admitted it was too much for him. Then decided to hand every last piece to his father. Kyle's father knew this wouldn't be easy to handle, but the man still reached a truly massive goal. So Kyle thanked him, and the pride in his chest finally had somewhere to land. Margraf told him to hand over a piece of his majesty, because if they dump everything on the market, the economy will crash fast and hard. Now, about the dragon's murder, besides that potion, which is just circumstantial evidence, does he have any solid, undeniable proof? Kyle told him they'd grabbed the dragon's head and carried it off with them, and the man went wide-eyed, because there was no cart anywhere in sight. Because it's locked away in a special stash built for crafts, so the guy jabs a finger at the hero, and the hero just scratches his head, totally lost, while the younger son can't even believe his own ears. Zane finally figured it all out. Dragon just meant some plain old lizard, not a beast of legends. And Kyle? He's already learned to brag like a proper aristocrat. Kraft remembered these huge things rarely fit in the special storage, and while Margraf suggested trying the backyard, Kyle shot it down. There still wouldn't be enough room. One of the sons pitched the front garden. Everyone walks past it every day. And if that spot really is as grand as they're claiming, it'll light up the regular folks who call it home. Like always, Zeta twists people into madness with ease. Alfred and Velsia would have ended him long ago if he weren't Kyle's brother. So Kraft went straight to the Margrave and demanded permission to speak. He claimed it'd still be too small, because once this starts, every flower bed gets crushed to the ground, guaranteed. And Zed just let out a laugh. Then he swore there was zero trouble with it. Baylor even let them do it right here, and the young man genuinely thanked him. Kraft stormed into the front yard, because that's where the dragon's head had to be freed. The Count's family stared from the window, and the young man felt their eyes hit him. Then he let out a shaky sigh of relief. The boy awoke a special magic hidden deep inside himself.
It hit her like a megaphone. This young guy was calling out to everyone around, demanding they listen to him. And LeFan froze in shock because she could hear his voice perfectly, loud and crystal clear, like he was standing right beside her. The hero leans in and tells you this wild thing. Just recently, Lord Kyle Baylord, the Margrave's third son, pulled off a real feat. He didn't just survive the monster lands. He forged allies with bold moves and a shared spirit. And together, they crushed the terrifying beast. But when he saw that talk wouldn't be enough, he pushed them to witness everything with their own eyes. And everyone had to cough up tribute to Kyle, the young, hopeful ruler, right before he yanked out the dragon's head.
That head was so huge it barely fit in the front yard, and everyone there just froze, staring in disbelief like their eyes were locked. People started to worship Mr. Kyle, because the truth is, he's the most terrifying monster anyone has ever laid eyes on. And somehow, he's even more incredible in person. The second he was on their side, relief hit hard, and everyone around him buzzed with pure excitement. He shot a glance at Kyle's friends and family. Zaid just gaped in pure shock, while Belsi and Lafon stared like they'd seen him blow things up and oversell it all over again. The boy suddenly realized he'd messed everything up again.
People shoved forward, straining to get a clear look at the dragon's head, while the guards barked orders to keep everyone in line. Yes, you can stare, but don't you dare stop. Keep moving. The steward hustled the hero straight to where he needed to be, and Kraft caught the guards bickering, telling each other they were swamped by the chaos. If only we'd known ahead of time, they groaned. This would have been so much easier. But now, the work only piled higher. One guard even bowed his head and apologized for the trouble, for real. At the Margrave's family lunch table, a hero suddenly slid into the seat, and then one of the sons blurted out a wild idea. Charge tourists just to come see the dragon's head as a local attraction. Baylor warns that if they didn't prep properly, it would blow into a full-on powder keg. And he definitely didn't want word spreading too far. So the man decided to dump every last consequence on Fomalhaut. Kraft instantly clocked what official procedure they meant, and right then, Belsia snapped her eyes away, her anger written all over her face. Kyle's father beamed and praised him for taking care of the dragon, then loudly thanked everyone who'd helped Kyle out. And the latest report says a full 1,000 people have already moved into the settlement, yet Kyle just stared in horror, because there's a catastrophic shortage of housing for all of them. They slammed the door shut, no new people allowed anymore, and the man even admitted he'd blown past every expectation. Then, out of nowhere, screaming tore through the air. The dining room door suddenly blasted open, and every single head in the room snapped toward it in the same instant. Two girls slipped into the room, cheeks burning, and quickly apologized for barging in. Margrave spun toward Vela and Rella and demanded they sit down for a serious talk. And Vela just flashed a sly grin and laughed, like she'd seen it coming for ages. Even if she probably shouldn't have butted into that conversation, she couldn't stop herself. She had to throw in her opinion. So Kyle called Kraft. He told the man, "This woman used to be my second love, and now she's my first wife." Right beside Vela stood their daughter, Rella, the one who was Zaid's mother. So she stepped in and swore there was nothing to worry about, and the man nodded along, fully agreeing. Vela blurted out that Kyle's achievements were straight up incredible, and the moment the words hit, the boy's face flushed bright, eyes lifting in total confusion, like he never saw praise like that coming. The kid flashed the woman a thank you, and Kraft couldn't make sense of it. Why did he look brighter now, after the woman's praise, than even when his own father praised him? But the new generation was growing up way too fast, and Kyle could feel the weight of it pressing down on him, though the woman wouldn't dare say that out loud. And at least the new settlement sat right near Zed's lands. He's already proven he can lead, so Vela pushed for the settlement of Zaid to be moved. Everyone was totally shook by those words. Even though his stuff looks like it's right next door on the map, there's this huge stretch of land between them, so unreal it basically breaks all common sense. Vela kept going once the medicine kicked in. Kyle crushed the illness and finally shook off that congenital weakness. So tell me, wouldn't it be better if Kyle stepped in and helped her right here in Gandhara? Her arguments hit hard and sound bulletproof. But once you strip away the smiles, she's only using her position to pave the way for her own son. And you can tell the moment you look. Zaid just sealed it all by confirming exactly what she said. Kraft finally clocked it. Zed was trying to cash in on the perks Kyle was providing, and Zed admitted, "I vouched for you when you needed settlement." But now Kyle's back on his feet, so there's nothing left to fear. Now he finally can hand the rest over to his brother without holding back. The young man burst into laughter, and Freyton seized the moment to pitch his proposal. So why not follow Mom's advice, hand the settlement over to Zadie, and carve out a whole new life for Kyle? The Margrave barked at the steward to bring the map, and in a flash the steward flung it open on the table. Lafon's eyes widened at how insanely detailed that map was. Crest even wondered if this was the aristocrat's secret weapon, and if it should be shown to them. Meanwhile, Freyton started hunting for the perfect spot for Kyle. He jabbed his finger at a spot right near the dragon, laying out the whole map. This land sits close to the Tibetan Empire, the Xevious Federation's over this side of the mountain range, and a handful of tiny states cling nearby too. So yeah, it's the perfect launch pad for development. Kyle really has a gift for building settlements, so why not give him the chance and send him there? Vela said it, spinning back to Fraten. She challenged him. Did he really think her son couldn't handle this? And he shot back that even Zaid would struggle, with everything piling up. Hunting for a new place to settle, and all of this too. Kyle heads there again, not to mess around, but to plant a brand new settlement just like last time, while the realist praises her brother's proposal as absolutely brilliant. If they both kick off at the exact same time, doesn't that instantly prove who's truly the best? Silence swallowed the room as the Margrave sat there, locked in, eyes sharp and face dead serious. The villa said Kyle's success could be proof he's earned it, not luck, and that statement lit a fire under Crest, because the idea that anyone doubted Kyle sent him into full-blown rage. And yeah, the guy still ended up saying yes to the proposal. Alfred, Belchea, and Lifon just froze in shock. Then Zaid burst out laughing, cheerfully bragging that his brother had finally turned into a real smart guy. Kyle's got two rules, and they matter. At first he dug in his heels and demanded they keep the name Golden Star, while his brother only grinned, and their father pressed him about the second condition. Because from the moment he started the craft, he'd fought tooth and nail and paid his dues with everyone in this village. So Kyle rounded everyone up and told anyone who wanted in to come with him. Most peasants aren't allowed to leave their hometown at all, yet their settlement was a rare exception to that rule. Vila snapped that they wouldn't lay a hand on a single resource or bit of village property, and Kyle's fury instantly hit the roof. He snapped that it was impossible. Without the right resources, they couldn't even try to reach a new location. But the woman cut in, fierce and final. Then she wasn't letting them have any option at all. The boy finally got it all, and without hesitation, he demanded permission for the guilds and each individual to carry their own belongings with them. Baylord leaned in and demanded to know if everything was really as it should be. Then Kyle grinned and swore, with full confidence that it was all perfect. Zaid told Kyle that every future step is already locked in, and now, Kyle's finally started acting like the true aristocrat he's meant to be. Crest leaned in and quietly pressed Kyle for answers, but Kyle only winked like he had a secret. And just like that, the meeting slammed to a close. The Margrave pulled Crest aside and demanded a private word, telling him to step into the room a little later, and leaving the young man staring in pure shock. Crest finally barreled into the meeting spot, eyes lighting up as he scanned the area. Then Baylor gave him a nod, inviting him to take his seat. The boy sat at the table, gripping a cup of tea, and felt the air go tight beneath the Margrave's unblinking stare. Terror clawed at him so hard he could barely breathe as the tension crushed down. Then, right in his head, he begged the Margrave for mercy to speak first. And finally, he snapped, blurting out that he was the alchemist of Twilight. He'd heard the kid knew his medicine, but now it was obvious. The boy had real talent. The kid thanked him, and then Baylor leaned in and demanded, "Have you ever heard of Jarlval Galion?" Yevril is the country's top alchemist. She totally changed fertilizers forever, and she even became a famous doctor. The hero swears she's legendary for her alchemy, and he's devoured countless books she wrote. In his mind's eye, he painted her picture like a vivid masterpiece. The Margrave said Jarval served Zaida, and she clearly wanted him alone. The hero couldn't wrap his head around why she'd pick Jarval. Baylor finally made it crystal clear where her estate stands, and that was all it took for Crest to slam the conversation shut.
Nerves crashed through him, and right then the Margrave snapped around to the guy and ordered him to take care of Kyle. The young man spun around in shock, then still nodded and agreed.
Before the crew even caught their breath, they rolled up to the Gervais estate, where a gloomy house loomed ahead, swallowed in shadows and thick with uncertainty. Suddenly, the nearby statue sprang to life and shot a finger straight at the boy, guiding him onward.
Kraft couldn't even blink. Right in front of him loomed a monster forged by human hands, powered by higher alchemy magic, and that proved Yarvel could pull off anything. The statue told the lady, "You've brought Mr. Kraft," then scolded her for being late and ordered, "Bring him here now." The boy greeted him, and then boom, recognition hit like lightning. It was Jarville. She spun around and with total confidence declared she was one of a kind, no match anywhere. "I'm Javril." The young man's eyes widened, stunned to find a little girl standing right in front of him. A tiny girl stepped up and announced herself as Jewel. Then she stared right at the boy and demanded, "Are you really Kraft?" He nodded, confirming it. Kraft Vulcan's name hits hard. He heard about her because her notoriety came roaring through the world. He studied her work with total focus, and now he's over the moon because he finally gets to meet her in person, and he grabs her hands. The young man snapped to his senses and threw out an apology, blurting that he was just too damn happy. Jaffrel nodded like, "I get it." And that was that, even with his age.
Suddenly, the boy spotted something weird ahead. Jarville's handiwork, a river cleansing device, an invention called Ronbic.
Until that moment, Kraft had never laid eyes on him for real, and the girl immediately clocked it. This boy had studied so hard he could spot the tiny details that mattered. He thanked her because the stuff in her books had turned into a goldmine for him, helping him craft his medicines. And if she'd only taken him on as her student, he swore he'd have been the happiest guy alive. The girl stopped cold for a heartbeat, then breathed out the boy's name in a soft voice, and the second it hit his ears, he flinched like she'd pulled a trigger. Javril swore she'd take him as her student, only as a one-time special favor. But there's one catch. She'd heard from His Excellency that he brewed miraculous medicine and saved Mr. Kyle. To make sure he was worthy of becoming her student, she pushed him to figure out how to prepare it, and Kraft swore he always had the recipe on him, then straight up handed it to her. She couldn't believe the move. She was stunned to learn he'd been toting it around in his pocket the whole time, and she told him she'd start reading it immediately. She studied that recipe like it was priceless treasure, then declared it was theirs from this day on, and Craftsman rushed to thank the mentor with a sincere, heartfelt bow. Even though he dreams of living right beside her and studying together, he's still stuck with life in the settlement.
Javril snapped back to the truth. He was still shackled by a guild contract, and then it hit him. She also worked for Mr. Zaid under specific terms, and now she was living on his land. So when the guy asked, "Does that mean you'll have to move too?" it landed like a punch. Kraft laid it all out for the girl, and the second she heard it, she clutched her head and blurted that Mr. Zaid had to rush straight to the settlement of Golden Dawn. That was the last straw for her, because the heroine finally clocked it. The teacher wasn't tied to Mr. Kyle at all. He had a guild contract. So yeah, he likely couldn't touch the situation, but even so, he still wanted to follow. Javril pushed for the guild to tackle it, and if the talks went sideways, she swore she'd back him and make sure he didn't get screwed. Javril felt real inspiration hit him hard. He couldn't believe how genuinely the girl cared for her student, and suddenly, he realized how much he'd already helped with her research. But none of it mattered, because what he was watching right then blew everything out of the water. She scanned his recipe one more time, then shot back, "Have you published it anywhere yet?" The guy froze, staring at her like she'd just thrown him a curveball. Then he fired back, "So what does it mean?" And she froze, shocked he'd never even heard of academies. He poured out everything he knew, spreading that knowledge across the world, while she, meanwhile, was busy building a whole system like it was her mission. He has no clue how to properly format and present his work, and when the young man admitted it, she sparked an idea. Write about him. But if she did that, she'd have to put her name down as a co-author. Sure, it might light him up with rage, but the truth was simple. She fought for this, even if it pissed him off, because she was doing it for humanity.
Kraft closed in on her and demanded to know if she was really ready to team up as his co-author, because he was absolutely certain he deserved that honor, no questions asked. Javril didn't slam the door. She admitted she wasn't against it. Then Kraft started thanking her from the bottom of his heart and kept pressing, begging her to say yes. The alchemist wrestled with one crushing question. Was he really that blind to suspicion in others? And when the answer wouldn't come, his soul sank even deeper. The very next morning, Lafon yanks the boy awake. He shot up and apologized to her, and the truth hit hard. He hadn't slept a wink all night because he'd been so hooked on a book his teacher gave him. Suddenly, the girl froze in shock. Then her whole face lit up red. She stammered, "Why are you here without clothes?" Either way, there's no time to panic. She's only hurt on the upper part. Now comes the real problem. Where on earth do you put that underwear? No way he's about to sleep in clothes on a bed this amazing. The boy told her to look away so he could get dressed, and Lafan just flicked her gaze aside and tossed the blanket over her shoulder, basically shouting, "Hurry up!" Mina sat on a chair beside his clothes, all neatly folded and waiting like they were placed for her on purpose. The boy told her to scoot over, but she wouldn't budge, so he picked her up himself, gently, and insisted it wasn't right for her to sit on his clothes. The young man, still dressed, yanked the question out of himself and demanded Lafon why she was here, and when she refused to speak, she just grabbed his cloak and hauled him off into the unknown. Right then, a total stranger materialized in front of them and demanded, "So, are you headed to the guild?" It was Belcia, and she straight up said she'd tag along with them. The hero figured she was just bored, until Belcia snapped, furious at the insult. Then the young man asked, "So who's guarding Kyle?" And Belcia just shrugged like, "Seriously? Who in their right mind would dare attack His Highness's estate?" Lafon caught that she was clearly defending him, but he still didn't grasp how huge it was, because the hero had absolutely no idea what was really going on. He was the same one who'd brewed 43 bottles of the legendary potion. So if they played it right, the three of them could have had the sweetest date, flowers, strolling hand in hand, pure romance. And then Belchea blew it up in one loud objection, shouting that it wasn't a date at all, and he absolutely won't be treated like a joker. The moment the young man stepped into the city, he realized there were almost no half-people around. Intelligent beings who aren't human at all. And that very night, someone pulled him aside and grilled him on what he knew about half-people. He told me he grew up in an orphanage, right next to kids who were only half-human. And he even admitted Lafon is half-breed too. Belcia keeps forgetting it because Lafon looks totally normal, but prejudice still bites. And in the barracks, most people don't want a room beside those with fur. She's convinced the real trouble is the collision of fresh ideas with old ones, like two worlds crashing heads. Lifan tells them he knows plenty of half-humans, and the young man points out that she has this uncanny way of clicking with everyone. To them, she's basically a charm, something that keeps things from going wrong. The girl blinked in shock when the boy called her, and the hero's gut told him something was off as he jabbed toward the skewer with meat lying right there. He promised he'd take care of them today, and Lifan's gut told her he was dodging that big burning question on purpose. So the heroes backed her up and then headed out to grab meat skewers. He handed Belcie one skewer and clutched the other two for himself. She demanded to know why she only got two. Then he cradled one in his hands and snapped back that she had to eat more, unlike Belch. The girl snapped into tears and accused him, sharp as a blade, saying he had not a shred of tact. Like this morning, the girl dropped the reminder again. She was already grown up now, and the boy even cracked a joke that if she didn't finish her first skewer, he'd gladly take the second. She said she'd eat because she's a true glutton, and Belcia teased the guy that he'd never get popular. Then, at last, they finally arrived at the Adventurers Guild of Gandar. Lafond and Kraft froze when they spotted the guild leader right in front of them, and the next second he blurted their names without missing a beat. He couldn't stop smiling seeing them healthy. Lafond shot back that it felt like forever since they'd last met, and when the hero pressed him on why he was here, Lafond leaned in and said all of it was made possible by one boy. He got promoted and handed the crown as the new guild head of this city, plus the boss who leads the region's adventurers. Yet the young man barely grasped what all that power really meant. And still, he sincerely congratulated his boss like it was the biggest deal in the world. The report says it all.
Every medicine got handed over to the authorities' representatives, and the hero backed that call like it was the only way. He even insisted that if the man had tried to use them for himself, it would have spiraled into serious trouble fast.
He even toppled the dragon, absolute legend.
Then he dumped 2 bags of coins in front of them and declared, "This is your special reward, both of you." The boy froze at the huge price and blurted, "You can really pay that much?" But they told him the truth. She wasn't scared of the amount at all. She was terrified he'd hear petty payment after everything he'd done for them. Because for a star alchemist like him, that little fee was nothing.
If he wants you to ask, ask. Once he hears what you need, he'll do everything he possibly can to help.
Crest said, "Fine, then I've got one request. No matter how unfair it looks, let me change my contract."
That contract shackles him to the border settlement, so there's no way he can move to a new home, and worst of all, he'd been dying to head out with Kyle. Crest insists he wants to team up with Kyle. He clocked that it wasn't exactly smart, but he couldn't let it go. Leader Gil still let him stay with Kyle, and the guy was completely baffled. Why on earth had he been the only one to stay behind? The young man starts talking fast, saying that because of his guild contract, he's only allowed to stay inside the exact territory they marked for him. Then the boy whips his attention to Lafon, begging him to spell it out in detail. The contract chains him to the settlement for good, locking his fate to the name of this place. So, even if he'd rather run, he still has to obey Mr. Kyle's orders. For himself, and for the whole village of Golden Dawn.
Lafon promised Mr. Kyle wouldn't ever leave him alone.
The boy snapped back to what he'd said a minute ago, and his face exploded into a blush. Because, yeah, that's exactly what he wanted to talk about. The man clocked that the kid was still way too young, and Crest demanded he shut up. The guildmaster leaned in and told the boy, "Don't freak out. Nobody's planning to take you away from Mr. Kyle." So his last worries finally melted away. After hitting the guild, the heroes dropped by a children's shelter, and the young man suddenly remembered he'd once grown up in a place just like it. Even after all these years, the church still tugged at him, and curiosity lit a fire. He just had to go. Then it hit him. Those kids started hurling nasty slurs at the half-people, and soon they went from words to violence, grabbing stones and throwing them. The half-people fought to shield one another, and the master still managed to snap up a rainbow barrier just in time. The wall started crumbling, and the stones that were holding it up burst apart, scattering in every direction. And with brutal force, they started beating back anyone who hurled themselves at them. The kids snapped to it in seconds. A magical barrier blocked their way, and it was all kinds of terrifying, not even a little fun. Suddenly, Crest clocked them, staring with a cold, sinister glare, and the moment he did, the kids looked like they'd lost all fear. The kids bolted, and the young man couldn't wrap his head around this nightmare of a life. No matter where he went, the same kind of chaos kept popping up again and again. He strode up to the half-people and shot them a quick check-in, already realizing that ending up here by pure luck wasn't pointless. It meant something. But the kids couldn't look away from that glowing wall. They blurted out that it was insanely cool, while the guy's face went beet red with pure embarrassment. The kids leaned in, wide-eyed, asking if the guy was a wizard, and the hero nearly choked on his own shock, because someone actually called him old, even though he'd just hit 20. Out of nowhere, a girl popped in and demanded the boys explain what that noise was. She stared at the guy and snapped to attention. It was Crest. The moment he locked eyes with her, he realized she was Azul. Belsi leaned in and asked, "Do you two know each other?" And he shot back, "Yeah, we grew up side by side." The boy demanded what she was doing there, and she shot back that his face had turned a little angrier, but she hadn't changed one bit. Still, the girl didn't catch that he was dead serious, and Crest realized she'd totally misread him. The moment he saw her clothes, the boy knew she'd become a priest student. So the hero couldn't hide his shock, and Lafon realized just how brutal this job was for half-humans. Azul shot back, asking who you brought along, and Lafon stepped forward, introducing herself fast. She was the one who'd come with you, while Belsia, the guard, stood ready, and the three of you rolled together to make the donation. Azul beamed and practically beckoned them along. She wanted to spoil the guests with tea, but the heroes politely turned her down. The shelter was a total wreck, so grim it felt like the air itself had given up. It looks less like a shelter and more like a wreck. Azul even apologized for the sight,
because the whole building was ancient and falling apart.
This place is so run down that no amount of Craft's money could ever fix it. Yet the kids keep bouncing back to him, begging him to show them his magic tricks again.
LaFawn crouched toward the kids and demanded their ages. Then they laughed, said she was basically their age, and mocked her for trying to act older, all while teasing her because she was so short. The girl erupted in anger and screamed that she might look their age, but the truth was she was way older. And the kids freaked out, bolted, and scattered fast, leaving Belche standing there totally baffled, clueless about what just happened.
Then, under the cover of night, one of the girls stepped up, caught a glimpse of the real sword, and teased, "Belcie is cute." And the moment those words hit, Belcie's cheeks instantly flared with a deep blush. Craft clocked that the girl had hit the age where grown-ups start to matter, and that night barked at the kids to stay out of adult business. Azul arrived with food and clocked how amazingly the young man clicked with the kids. She told how her hard work finally paid off with a promotion, and how she poured every ounce of strength into helping the parish priest, while Craft just couldn't forget her childhood days as a non-stop troublemaker.
At first, he thought he'd slip away right after the donation, but then his heart flipped, and he decided to do more. So LaFawn stepped in and offered to help fix up the local building. Azul refused point blank and said the shelter was shutting down in a blink, and the heroes just couldn't believe what they were hearing. Here's the thing. This is the kind of story that repeats over and over. The church wants to help, but keeping shelters running costs a fortune, and the payoff is tiny. So if they can't raise the money, the door is shut for good. Then the girls told everyone, "Don't worry, we've found new homes for the kids." But sooner or later, every single one of them splits off and heads their own way. The kids started flat out refusing to move, insisting they weren't leaving without each other at the zoo. And when the girl turned to them, she begged them, "Don't be selfish." But letting go of everyone is brutal. Azu's closeness means everything to them, and that's why they broke down and cried. They can't wrap their heads around why they're being barred from staying with Zul, while she trembles uncontrollably and begs them to forgive her. She dreams of holding everyone together, but she can't shield them all. She's only half human and a priest's apprentice. So all she can do is lead them to a brand new home. Tears burned at the edge of her eyes, but she kept swallowing her feelings and kept apologizing to the children. Craft paused, grinned, and asked the kids if they were ready to blast off to faraway places and hustle for a new home, so they could stay close to Azu. They swore they'd go with her anywhere and do everything they could, and that's exactly what the boy had been waiting to hear. LaFawn asked if that guy really had a plan, and when he nodded, he swore he wouldn't let them split up. He promised he'd protect them for real. Dave set off for the village of Golden Shine, and right as he left, kids playing near the zoo sprinted up to the estate where Kyle and Craft stood. The girl blurted out an apology, saying packing took forever. One kid blurts out that he never saw this coming, then whips around to the girl and tells her to stand taller, confident, proud, and unshakable. Of course, she's the high priestess of this new settlement and the shelter's top mentor. So the boy leaned in and asked the hero how he pulled it off. He said that at first, Kyle had invited the church, and even an orphanage, to the settlement, and since there wasn't a church there yet, they snapped up the offer right away. Then Kyle wrote a recommendation letter for Azul, and it was that letter that made the church back her and push her forward. Then the cardinal stepped in mid-conversation and praised Asal's success as the payoff of sheer hard work. But even with the church having wiped out prejudice against half-humans, society's old, stubborn discrimination still blocked her every move, stopping her from rising up the career ladder. And for them, this whole moment turned into pure joy. They finally got to openly honor the devotion of Priestess Azulis, and the cardinal wished her nothing but happiness and good luck in her new post. Craft and the kids stared hard as everything unfolded. Then, a hunter strode up to the hero, eyed the scene with curiosity, and asked right away who this charming priest was. The young man spilled the whole story to him, and the moment he heard she'd actually agreed to go with them to the new settlement, he couldn't believe it. The girl met the boy's eyes. Boom. His face flushed red, and he shot her a bright smile. Before she could even react, he rushed up, introduced himself as Gerato, and told her he'd been assigned as her guardian, like his feelings were already in full bloom. Kyle shot an apology for the delay, and admitted he was racing to say goodbye to his father. The boy knew he wouldn't see Gandar again for a long, long time, while Baylor just stared at it all from the window.
Kraft relives that exact scene, when Altros's father turns to the hero and begs him to protect Kyle. Then, in his memory, he hears the hero promise, "Don't worry, I'll take care of Kyle," while the half-human girl quietly warns her friend to steer clear of anything that could put Az in an awkward spot. Kyle clocked exactly who he was dealing with, and Azu promptly thanked the guy, pouring out real gratitude for his amazing kindness. The kids started chirping that, even with barely any experience, they were thrilled to meet him, and they asked politely that he take care of them. Kyle couldn't get over how well-mannered they were, but Kraft quickly realized he'd already taken the bait. Azul frets over how this long trip could wear the kids down, but Jiratu, Alfred, and Belcia shoot back that there's nothing to worry about, because the journey won't last long, and they've even packed potions to refill everyone's energy. The cart thunders forward at breakneck speed, and Alfred slams out Thunderstrike, while Garado answers instantly with Infinity right where he stands. Yet everyone watches as the attack still won't quit.
If this keeps going the way it's going now, we're walking straight to the finish line. No twists, no trouble, and nobody gets hurt.
Azu stares at the wild surge and the insane speed, and blurts that it's completely abnormal. No logic in the world can explain it. Leifon glances at her and realizes she's forgotten how strange this all is. But either way, they slam into their destination just a few days later. Zaid finally stomped into the Golden Dawn settlement, but the place felt dead. Not a single soul lived here, and he couldn't figure out why.
The guild boss claims he's been waiting on the master. Now he's slamming for answers, demanding to know where that whole 1,000-person settlement vanished to. Kyle promised to pay 5 gold coins every month for a full year to anyone who stayed. Didn't he say that?
But the leader shut it down fast, saying it was Mr. Yachio who blared the deal out loud and then walked away.
But the moment Mr. Kyle walked out, there was nobody left.
Zaid first laughed it off, because, seriously, who in their right mind would willingly trail Kyle straight into a land this dangerous?
2 weeks before Zaid even showed up, Kyle gathered every villager and declared, "From now on, this village answers to Zaid, and I'm gone, heading for the new lands." The crowd erupted in real outrage, but then the boy stepped in and shouted for everyone to calm down. He urged everyone to stare straight at the future, and if anyone wanted to ride with him to new lands, it was up to them. He didn't even finish the sentence before the crowd shot their hands up like lightning. "Of course, we're coming!" Nobody wanted to stay here. Kraft pressed them hard. Were they sure? If they stayed, Mr. Zaid would still cough up their full pay, no questions asked. But the peasant shot back that they could level up their own village, make it better than ever, and blow the socks off even that pampered gentleman's aristocrat prancing around on his high horse. Hearing that, Kyle snaps his order. Everyone gets ready to move right now. Kraft figured most people would want to stick around, and he even mentally praised Kyle for knowing exactly how to pull everyone together. Still, the strange part was Kyle's look. The hero had no clue why he was staring at him like that, and Kraft guessed it all came down to his own popularity. The heroes slam to a stop by the crates, and Kraft quickly spills what they're grabbing and why. They're forced to dump almost half their stamina potion, can't touch a single supply from the village, but at least Killer Shop snatched up the rest to keep them going. Kyle has already scrounged up everything he needs for blacksmithing and alchemy in Gandar, so if they've got the resources, they can always forge and brew more. According to his guild contract, he's stuck here for now. Once everything calms down, they'll finally open a brand new guild branch and move the Adventurers Guild leadership over there. They tore out of the village and hit the road, sprinting toward whatever fate waited next. Their road finally dumped them in the district's own backyard. Dangerous territory, barely mapped and feared by everyone, where even getting there normally took months, not days. With those potions fueling them, they went completely invincible. Radhika even reported that those annoying enemies were wiped out. And the last bit of strength they had left? One more guy grabbed the moment and carved a path straight into what came next. They tore through the streets at full speed, hitting 0 roadblocks the whole way. And then, right out of nowhere, they showed up so fast nobody even had time to blink. Kyle shot Fan and Alfred a heartfelt thank you for sticking around, and the girl told them the nearby monsters were already wiped out. Then the whole crew huddled up to plan where the houses would go. Kyle praised their hard work, grinning as he said they could finally start building temporary housing. The whole settlement banded together, everyone grabbed a job, throwing their strength and skills into the build. On the road, Kraft clocked it, something felt seriously off with them. They had already smashed through a massive distance, and yet they were still clocking in like it was nothing. Some people swear the secret to muscle is brutal reps, strain, rest, repeat. But these guys had special potions that kept them moving all day with zero fatigue. And after that non-stop grind, their muscles became straight-up unreal. The editor steamrolls the Cyclops by himself, and LaFawn instantly realizes every bit of that win came from the legendary potion. Now she pushes to stop handing it out to everyone, no questions asked.
Kraft already talked this out with Kyle. If the consequences hit too hard, the army will come snatching them up to recruit them. So Kraft pushed for a weaker potion meant for regular folks. He grinned because their ranks were packed with strong hands, but he leaned toward LaFawn and demanded she lay it all out to everyone, every detail. The girl nodded and jumped straight into the potions being sold to adventurers, asking if they really worked. They absolutely could, he said, so she should just move them the same way they always did. Because even with all that muscle, nothing slowed them down. Only a few days went by, and the merchant from Kindo finally cracked. He couldn't hide his shock as the construction raced forward at an unbelievable speed. Kraft thanked everyone for coming, and Kino pulled off another deal, first one in what felt like forever. Sure, he hauled in volcanic ash and lime, then blinked in shock and asked, "Wait, why do you need this?" If they pay up, he's totally down to trade with them. Kraft clocked that their goal was straight up unusual, and with all the constant rain messing things up, the item doesn't cost much, so moving it in bulk is a breeze. You've got to mix ash and limestone if you want to forge that special building block. Mix limestone, alchemical reagents, fine gravel, and water laced with volcanic ash, and the paste hardens in a flash, turning into a solid stone block. Shape it before it sets, and you'll lock in a rock-solid building piece. Kindo couldn't stop wondering just how powerful it would get, and then Kraft leaned in and told him to go see it for himself. This specimen was built just for testing. And look at that, there's already a clear dent on this side. The block refused to budge under every sword swing, and that drove Reddick into a furious rage. He slammed into it with every ounce of strength he had. But if this creature can take Redoc's attack and still stay standing, that's proof of insane power. So now the real question hits. What kind of monster builds do they make with blocks that strong? Kraft shot back that they'd raised the most powerful fortress city on Earth, and Akindo didn't even bat an eye, like he'd heard promises like that before, and knew exactly how these speeches go.
Kyle's original plan was simple. Make everything take 20 years, but then, when the hero thumbed through Teacher Yarval's books, his cross flared and uncovered a brand new power, and the moment it did, he started hammering away at the alchemically strengthened stone. If they can crank out boulders by themselves, then hauling anything is over. Construction gets way cheaper, way faster, and boom. That's why they're hoarding so much ash for these stones. They don't need to struggle at all. It's the perfect deal.
Does Kraft agree to keep working with them? He confirms it. Full trust that they'll deliver top-notch goods.
Kraft demanded they keep it secret until the very end, because if anyone else found out, prices would jump through the roof fast, and everyone's safety would be on the line. Akindo swore he could be trusted, and they promised to deliver everything as quickly as humanly possible. The traders stormed out, and one of them couldn't help but admit, this job is way more fascinating than I expected.
He's thinking on a whole other level, but to them, this deal is pure money, something to celebrate, a real holiday, until the boss shuts it down and says they'll get that celebration only after they finish their next job.
The guild leader snapped his head toward Mr. Zaid.
He said a caravan is rolling in from Mr. Kyle's settlement, and the guy gave a faint, sly smile. Akindo was thrilled to finally meet Mr. Zaid, because the moment the young man looked up, he spotted a whole wall of leashes, and that screamed one thing. A real heavyweight trader was standing right in front of him.
Zaid couldn't stop wondering how he'd even leave Kayla now, because this looked like a heartbreaking goodbye for everyone. And the merchants were left staring like, wait, does he honestly think they'll come back after such a failed trip? Akindo admits that if there's even a chance, he'd gladly plant his feet here. Yet this place is still empty. Absolutely nothing has started. Zaid tells him the new settlers haven't made it to this spot yet, and the boy blurts that they should just buy supplies from the merchant. Inside the barn, you'll find 4 barrels of mithril and 9 barrels of endurance potion, wild stuff, all crafted by an alchemist named Kraft.
Akindo latched onto the idea fast, but Zaid took it and went for gold, selling every one of Kyle's generous gifts for a brutal price and doubling the settlers' starting capital.
The merchant knows there's no point trying to talk him into lower prices, but now he's sweating. Will that amount even cover it? Zaid's eyes flare with shock. Kindo can pay for everything in one go. Does he always lug around that much money? The trader snapped back. He'd heard there were huge deposits of mitral out here, and that's why he's racing to buy up everything. That tiny sum couldn't even touch what the settlement pulled in at the start, and Zaid didn't hesitate to say yes. The merchant slapped the boy with gratitude, then hit him with an audacious request. He admits it might look reckless after everything he did to help him, but will he really let him set up a little inn right here? If he lets his company's hotel get special perks from the city, they'll hand over taxes and tack on an extra 10%. The tavern won't rake in much profit, but if he wants to gamble on it, fine, let him try. Either way, taxes still have to be paid, so in his mind, it's worth it. He decides to squeeze every drop out of this deal, saying 10% is nothing for a monopoly, so he relents to just 20%. The trader signs on, and they lock into an exclusive agreement. Zai never thought Kyle's stuff would pay off this well, but it's all because he's got real skill. He sold everything for way more than he even planned, and now he's itching to show Kyle the difference. The assistant grilled him, asking if this choice was truly the right one, and when Zaid looked over, it felt like the world was lining up perfectly for him. Akindo then broke it down. If he sold those elixirs and never used them himself, there was no way he'd know what secret Wayne was hiding inside them. Charville slipped into the city and scanned his surroundings with razor-sharp focus. She couldn't wrap her head around why the place was packed with hotels. Then Zid snapped that she was late, and that her missing presence was the reason everything was going wrong. No matter how hard he pushes, all they keep building here are hotels. Everywhere else is empty. Just a bar, a shop, and a workshop where carts get repaired. And that's it. Adventurers and settlers don't stick around for a second. Everyone slips through like the town is just a pit stop. He instantly clocks what's going on, because with things like this, the village can't grow at all. The girl shoots back that she just got here too, and yeah, she already knows it. No big explanations needed. The trader's assistant breaks it down. After they cough up every last tax, they still somehow rake in a huge profit. He can't even explain how he pulled it off. Then Akindo shows up and demands his full attention on one stack of papers. The documents proving the potion was bought from Mr. Zaid. He handed those potions over for less than a tenth of what they were worth. Like the guy selling them had zero clue how insanely valuable they were. Because the profit was massive. And the truth is, these potions could barely be made. So they were being snapped up in tiny numbers. But this isn't even the end of what Mr. Zaid missed. Every traveler and migrant slipping through these places is rushing toward the new village of Zolota Zoria. All because they've heard about Mr. Kiley, and not a single one of them ever thought about settling here for good. Without a stamina potion, an average person would be stuck out in the wild for days trying to reach the new settlement. But if a village sat along the route, boom, that's the perfect spot for an inn. The assistant finally got it. This exclusive deal wasn't random at all, and Kindo was right. People kept streaming through here, the local hotels were booming, and Zid shoved Jarval to dig into what was going on and why nobody wanted to live in this place. Then the girl blurted that question. Did she really not have a shot at becoming an alchemist? For a merchant, his nose is the real weapon. He has to sniff out easy prey the moment the scent hits. Now raise those glasses. Tonight's going to be a blast, and everyone's ready to celebrate. But Zaid blurts out that it all should have gone totally differently. In this tiny town, a few girls crowd together, whispering and buzzing with excitement as they stare toward one spot, and one of them shoots the question, "Are you really sure about this choice?" They stare in awe at the gorgeous church he built for them, and the girls lean in, scrutinizing every detail like it's a masterpiece. Until the young man grins and tells them, "Soon we'll raise a whole city, so this church has to be worthy." Tell her to prove she's worthy of this. Then push yourself and do everything you can, the main character urges. And right on cue, the little boy steps in to help too. The young man looks at him and is instantly stunned. The boy blurts out that he wants the young man to teach him magic, and the main character hesitates because he's got no clue what to even say, until he remembers the promise he made to those boys earlier, and then he finally agrees. The main character tells them, "I'll teach you the basics once a week," and the heroes jump in, shocked he doesn't shut them down, until the young man grins and says, "I was already planning to teach you this."
He grins at his brand new students and tells them to listen hard and remember every single word, because this time, he means it. The girl watches him with pure admiration and realizes he's finally become someone she can trust. And then one of the boys blurts out, "So yeah, you can call him Azula."
The build of the Castle City Golden Dawn is exploding forward, and they're betting it'll triple the size of the capital as it grows.
Rumors hit the streets, and suddenly people pour in from everywhere, bringing their own killer skills. And when they link up, they move as one unstoppable team.
His girlfriend leans in and asks how he's doing, and he shoots her a grin like, "Everything's totally fine." They're perched on a towering wall, and the main character swivels around in pure amazement, gasping that the view is unreal. And yeah, they're moving like lightning, already having people dial in the water supply. The hero stared at the towering building ahead, burning with questions. And the girl calmly said, "It's a home for displaced people, built from modern construction blocks." And to his shock, it was her who oversaw every step of the construction. With so many families already living there, it must have been a nightmare to pull off, and she nodded. Then leaned in and asked whether he'd heard about the special perks for anyone trying to earn permanent citizenship. Once they're told they've got a choice, support or place to live, every craftsman who can hears about it comes rushing in. And when she finally finds them all in that far-off spot, she thanks them from the bottom of her heart for making the trip. The hero steps up and begs the masters to share what they know, and the masters immediately shoot back, "Will we even get a place to stay?" But the hero grins and says, "You're already covered. We've lined up homes for you," then hammers the promise home. "If you do great work, you'll be rewarded with top-tier luxury housing right in the city." The girl rushes back to Mr. Kyle and tells him he has to report it to the master. Then Mr. Kyle's shocked, because if he nails the job, he'll be rewarded with a top-class house. Everyone bolts to the jobs they're best at. One crew handles the plumbing to get clean water flowing to every house, while another jumps on roof repairs, throws up scaffolding, and fixes everything up high. The girl beams, thrilled that everyone's got that killer fighting spirit, and Mr. Kyle whips the employees into shape with pure skill that's so obvious you can't miss it. The hero then sincerely sends everyone off with a heartfelt good luck. The heroine explains that most craftsmen can't dream of fancy homes, so when they finally land something decent, everyone rejoices, and the young man flashes a smile, clearly relieved. Then he clocks it. Kyle clearly knows his stuff. Each day, Kyle gets slicker at winning hearts, and his future suddenly looks unreal, until, out of nowhere, one of the heroes blares that the rules of endurance just changed, and the girl quickly backs him up. She can't sell anything stronger to ordinary people anymore. Because they're handmade, they never spoil, and their power keeps going all day long. The main character admits it still feels like an amazing deal, so the man nods and says, "Then I'll grab everything for that amount of gold." The main character greets Salora and asks after her, and it's obvious she's doing great, she bursts out, overwhelmed with pure joy. Then the hero leans in, asking if she really bought the place, because it must have cost a fortune. Salora nods and says yes, and that it all happened because of Mr. Call, who let her split the payments into installments with no interest. And on top of that, she raked in massive orders, so business shot through the roof thanks to the main character and the Artisan Guild, who pitched in by handling the wholesale potion deals. The girl stared at him with real gratitude and blurted, "Thank you so much for all of this." The young man grins and tells them he's happy to help, and if trouble pops up, they shouldn't hesitate to come to him. Right then, someone else steps in and greets everyone warmly, Redoc. He says he just made it in time, then leans in like it's urgent and asks to speak with the young man about something important. The young man grabs his friend's shoulders and congratulates him for leveling up to Adventurer rank B, and then he declares, loud and proud, that it's 100% earned. The main character boasts that he was the real force behind the dragon's defeat, then grins like he can take down the Cyclops solo. His partner fires back that it was the potions and that ancient mithril that tipped the scales, so the hero snaps, "All right, but what's the reward?"
The warrior turns away, and there's a sword strapped to his back. He chuckles. Is this what you're hinting at?
The young man practically burst with excitement, saying there couldn't be a better reward, and the truth was, he'd never held a ball that fit him this perfectly.
Now he can smash the Cyclops with one brutal strike, because a dragon's tooth was fused into hardened mithril. The hero can't help grinning, especially since his friend finally recognized how deadly the sword is. And the girl who forged it? She stands by it with every ounce of faith.
Reddit grins and vows he'll swing a sword and smash that Cyclops every single day, and the main character just thinks, sure, go ahead and swing all you want, but sooner or later, you'll pay for it. Mess around with it too often, and the consequences won't miss you.
A loud guy suddenly storms into the main character's room and blurts out, super pumped, whether they're going hunting today, then keeps asking again because he can't figure out why the other guy is hesitating. Sure, the young man doesn't mind hunting at all, but he's got something important that needs his focus, so the guy jabs the news right back with pure excitement. A massive herd of wild boars has just been spotted in the forest.
He tells them that once the job's done, he can't haul everyone all at once, so he decides to tap the main character for help, and the young man instantly gets it. His crew only needs his spatial storage. He shoots up and claims a quick warm-up won't kill him. Then the main character slams to a stop and demands, again, what herd of wild boars he's talking about. He still can't figure out why his friend refuses to take them along, so he presses again. Wait, who are we talking about? Then it hits him, and suddenly, everyone shows up. The man said these guys were fresh at hunting and asked my lead to help them out, guide them through the forest, and my main character lit up like, I'm so happy to meet you, and you could feel everyone's excitement spike, because today, they'd finally team up with him and share that chance to hunt together. The hunters snap to attention. What are these kids doing here? And why did they suddenly get shoved into their team? The young man says they came straight from the church, then leans in, burning with curiosity about how their magic lessons are coming along. He even admits he's excited to team up with seasoned hunters, but he can't shake the worry of whether bringing them along is really a good idea. The little ones jump on the plan with huge enthusiasm, while the hunter's leader stands there, thinking hard about the best move. The main character grabs the man and demands what he uncovered in that place, and the guy snaps back that he spotted tracks that looked just like orcs. Then the hunter's faces drain of color, and they blurt out what this could possibly mean. The hero says there are tons of them and gestures at the group, but the hunter slams the brakes and warns him that it's way too dangerous. This place is a death trap. We should turn back. Yet the main character whips around to the kids and declares they'll hunt for orcs together from here on out. And the adults explode in outrage. They can't believe you talk like that to kids and then shout that you came for wild boars, until the hero cuts them off with a calm hand gesture and tells them, it's all good. No need to panic. He swears he hasn't forgotten the boars. He just figured it was time to deal with the orcs too. And the other heroes stare, shocked that he can stay so unbothered about everything. Later, they dove into the bushes and watched their opponents like hawks. The hunters start trading numbers, asking how many enemies they've got, and it turns out it's only around 6 orcs. Sure, that doesn't sound huge, but the main character notices something important. Most of them aren't adults, and still, just seeing that small pack of orcs is enough to spark real fear in ordinary hunters. Just recently, that exact same fear hit him again, and one of the kids turned to the main character, practically begging, are we really going to be able to take on that many enemies? The young man grins at him and steadies his nerves, telling him there's absolutely nothing to fear. He leans in and reassures the kids, telling them, with the skills you've got right now and a little practice, you'll crush this task. He's sure that when those orc-sourced materials are handed to her, the girl will be blown away, and his words light a fire in the kids. The heroes swear they'll crush this mission, because they're already geared up and ready to fight. Adult hunters gasp in shock, sending kids straight into the meat grinder of war? It's pure madness. But the protagonist's students don't freeze for a second. They strike first, packed with grit, and barrel into the fight, unleashing their abilities to get even faster. Men are struck with pure terror the second they see this. Kids unleash the ice block and storm shot and hit with icy blasts and raging winds. Thanks to that perfect teamwork, they wiped out a single orc, and the hunters stare in shock, amazed by their speed,
while one of the kids yells and barrels straight into the enemy pack, shouting that these foes are his prey. With lightning-fast sword strikes powered by pure mastery, he cut through an entire crowd of opponents.
Lightning ripped across the sky with a sudden blinding flash. In just a few seconds, the opponents were nearly erased, and the kids burst back to their teacher, shouting at the top of their lungs that they nailed every single thing. They're thrilled they just wiped out their own opponents, and the hunters stare in shock like, is this some kind of prank? The kids steamroll every orc in what feels like seconds, and the main character keeps insisting, it's okay, everything's fine. But the terrified hunters snap back, asking him again. He realizes he's nothing like the usual folk, because even grown adults get torn apart when they fight orcs, and only special kids can handle them with ease. Then the hunters lean in and demand, so, who are these children? He storms back to them and admits the truth. These kids don't just train. They're gulping elixirs of mana and endurance every single day, and he's the one pushing them to train hard. The hunters can't believe it, and demand to know if the kids really take his potion daily. He told them, yeah, I only brought up the mage once a week, but that wasn't the real reason. Ryadok had been grinding alongside them in training, pushing harder than everyone else, and that's exactly why they grew up faster. And their gear? It's forged from tempered mithril, armor, gloves, boots, and even the fabric reinforced by alchemy, all built from some seriously special stuff. The hunters stare at the kids, stunned, because that gear is so insane, even grown adults would envy it. The main character mutters that it's way too much for their age, like luxury was never meant for them. But the boy still refuses to let a single kid get hurt. The kids bolted up to their teacher, proudly showing off like they'd just won the world, and the young man grinned, telling them, "You really did an amazing job." Sure, there's still a long road before every mistake gets fixed. Those kids stared at each other, thinking, did we even work together right? But the young man rushed in to calm them down, insisting the truth wasn't about teamwork at all. It was about how they misread the whole situation. A battered orc crawls out from behind the bushes, surviving the chaos. Then the hunter snaps his bow up and drives an arrow straight into him, and the children whip around in sheer horror at the sudden shot. The man snaps that they've blown it again, and that mistake could have cost them their lives, while the young warrior only lets out a heavy sigh, crushed with bitter disappointment. The main character watches the kids who fought off the orcs, and he's blown away by what they pulled off. They did an amazing job, so they're getting the materials as their reward. The hero nods, then gears up to tear the orcs apart for parts, wondering exactly how much coin he can wring from it, while the kids light up with pure joy at the sight, and the hunter just smiles, calling it a beautiful picture. But make no mistake, Golden Dawn isn't charming. It's downright terrifying. Morning broke, and the maid slid in with a soft bow, calling him "sir," like it was the start of something important. Before Ryuko was even made, the girl couldn't stop staring at the dragon doll's material, and the guy explained, "This is basically the look I'm going for." Since it'll be his first time, he turns to her and begs for advice. Kliuska snatches the drawing from him and demands why he needs a doll at all. Then he grins and says he's forging it from the same stuff used to build the deadliest skeletons, golems, and gargoyles. And this doll's power will dwarf even the terrifying bosses buried in ancient dungeons. He realizes he needs someone who can keep secrets, knows the house inside out, and can guard people basically. He needs a maid assistant. She admits he nearly scared her to death, and then she fires back. If all he needs is just one maid, why doesn't he make her his servant mentor? The moment that hired maid shows up, he hands her everything she needs to know right away, so she can finally become truly useful to him. The girl finally cracks and admits something still haunts her, then decides to take matters into her own hands. She scrambles to make a gift for the main character. The girl cracks open the box, and out bursts a massive gemstone that glitters like pure starlight. The main character blurts out, "What is it?" And she grins. A personality stone. It gives the doll its character and behavior so it can become a real person. Basically, the brain of the whole thing. In their world, finding one is almost impossible. It's insanely rare. Inside this stone figure is the embodiment of the kingdom's most perfect personality. And when the main character lays eyes on it, pure amazement hits like a wave. The girl can't stop wondering if he's truly happy about it, because with that stone, she's handled everything he'll need for his future.
Then she proves it can't be used as a killing machine at all, and that honest, careful gift leaves him genuinely touched. He wraps his arms around his teacher, then thanks her from the very depths of his heart. He clocks that she's the best teacher, because not everyone can swallow their own comfort and sacrifice like that for their students. Then the heroine shoves him off and tells him not to hug her so casually, and he blurts out a shaky apology, admitting he didn't even realize it was her at first since she looks like a kid. Still, she thrusts the doll into his hands and stares him down, warning him not to do anything weird with it, and then flat out banning him from teaching her a single combat trick. The young man grins like he's glowing inside, bursting with excitement to ask LaFawn to build him a body. He's dead set on crafting the best maid the world has ever seen. While the teacher just quietly sighs, thinking, I can't believe how wide-eyed he still is. She whips around to face the main character and tells him with full seriousness that there's one last crucial thing she has to say. She wants to talk to him about this research, and the young man admits he'd never even given it a thought before, but he swears he'll hand over every result of his work to her. They settle it. This time, the heroine will be his co-author again, and that idea hits him hard. The girl snapped at the boy, and he blurted out an instant apology. Right then, the teacher handed him a stone. Because of this, he finally builds his own maid doll, and the second she comes to life, she beams at him and says, "Good morning." Morning kicks off when the maid slips into the main character's bedroom and yanks the heavy curtains open, flooding the room with light. She asks where he wants breakfast, and he answers without hesitation. He wants it served right there in the living room. He's stunned and genuinely relieved that Ryuko finally sparked that in him. She nails every move on the first try, so he can hand her any job without a single worry. And right now, right here, she's the real divine fortune. That young guy genuinely thanks his teacher, then admits today's breakfast was straight up amazing. And even the maid nods along, grinning as she says the day kicks off at the company with Mr. Kyle. Meanwhile, the main character can't forget it. The deadline for announcing the preliminary results on those dry fields is right around the corner. And yeah, this problem is coming up too. The young field worker prays his sweat won't be wasted, and the hero digs in, thanks him for the food, then says he's already heading out, only to lean in and ask what that doll will do while he's gone. She said she was going to scrub everything clean, and the hero begged her not to disappoint him. Then the doll sent him off with a wish for safe travels. The young man can't stop wondering why she's cleaning at all, and why she keeps using that one word like it means something special, because the house is already spotless. And when she starts scrubbing places nobody would ever bother to check, he can't help but beam with proud satisfaction for his maid. On the building's roof, two people keep their eyes on him like hawks. Then, when the hero finally leaves, they can't wait to get their legendary elixirs at last. They plotted to grab him hostage and squeeze out a ransom. Then they argued over exactly how badly the dragon fight left him and whether he actually held his own. Right out of nowhere, a creepy doll pops in behind the robber and snaps at the guest reindeer. But instead of helping them out, the men demand answers, how they can even help, and they can't shake the doubt. Did they really show up on official business? The men sprint straight into battle. Then they realize too late how those dolls slipped up behind them so silently that not a single soul heard a thing. One of the men lifts his hand to strike him, then everything spirals wrong, hitting nothing like he planned. Sure, before anyone can gasp, the sword rockets forward and drives into her, but she twists inward faster than it can finish the job. She calmly snatches the blade between two fingers. Then her companion snaps. Now it's obvious. We're the exact ones those thieves are talking about. The maid whips her blades and slices the ball in one clean motion. Then the man stares in stunned disbelief because he can't wrap his head around how she grips the steel so tightly. While he's still frozen, the doll darts forward and launches into a deadly lunge. She lunges at the second robber and cracks him with a sharp slap. The robber snaps aside at once, and the girl plus his partner freeze, holding their breath as they watch him. Lifon and his mentor kept pushing through construction, but the truth hit them fast. Breaking in was way harder than they ever imagined. Trying to pull it off in shoes that the maid will never forgive is brutal, and when the robber finally realizes what he's just done, surprise hits him like a punch. He bolts away from his opponent, until, out of nowhere, something slams into his path and stops him cold. The man lifts his head and locks eyes with a maid standing right in front of him. His mind scrambles for excuses, desperate to cover his tracks. But the girl just stares back with a cold, blank indifference. Honestly, the craftsman had zero clue the girl had scavenged a dragon stash. Top-grade materials from around the world, picked just for her. But the truth is, the finished item was way stranger than anyone expected. She rose to become the strongest maid of all, fully herself, with a real personality and a one-of-a-kind spirit.
Back then, I hadn't clocked a thing. I had no clue. Then the girl told me, cleaning's already done.
Out of nowhere, someone shouts the main character's name.
The boy on the horse called out, "Good morning," and the young man shot back, asking if he truly knew how to ride, only for the kid to sheepishly admit that, up until then, he'd never ridden a day in his life. Thanks to the main character, his health finally bounced back. Now he's picking up riding, and Mr. Kyle is working his heart out like a true machine. Even though he still can't run, he's already learned to walk with real confidence. The girl leans in and suggests they roam the fields together. The main character can't stop wondering what happened to their animals, and the heroine is stunned. She told the trader she wanted 2 tough racehorses, and she swears that's exactly what they got. When they call out to the bird, it answers in the sweetest, calmest voice imaginable. The hero snaps wide-eyed at how strange the steed's name is, and secretly cheers she didn't slap him with some country-sounding nickname. Then the girl clocks his face and asks what's going on. Or maybe he really did want to get her wing. Out of nowhere, this tiny girl barrels into a hug with the hero, hugging him like it's destiny, and he immediately wonders if Mina's coming with them. She just smiles and says if he thinks she'll be in the way, he can tell them to send her back. Tears started to spill into the little girl's eyes. Rage-fueled men charge up to the heroes and start screaming at the boy, blaming him for making the lady cry. But the boy yells back to stop. He's not at fault, because Kyle twisted everything and made everyone think he was the villain. And then he throws out a quick apology. The main character leans in close, dares the girl to stop her tears, and pitches the idea of them going somewhere together. Then, at that exact moment, he forgets all about the knight's cruelty, because if he makes them mad, they could cut him down on the spot. The main character can't stop wondering what tore through the fields, and the boy shoots back. It's what happened in the fields that were just recently sown. Something wild just went down out there in the fields. Our main character can't stop wondering, what on earth actually happened? He's so grateful to the women because the heroes busted their backs to reach them, no matter what. The kid starts telling them he heard a scandal was going down in the bedrooms, and she snaps back that it's way easier to see everything firsthand than to sit through excuses. So she grabs them, leads the way, and shows them what really went down. The hero snapped to a stop, eyes scanning the area in total disbelief. The young man blurts out what it is, and the woman grins and tells him, "It's all wheat." The heroes are baffled. How on earth did a real forest burst up where a wheat field was supposed to be? They've planted so much. It feels downright impossible. The woman steps in and explains the truth. Regular wheat ripens the same way, turning into something wild and real. Anna snapped back to something huge. There was a fertilizer that could make the wheat thrive, and she remembered exactly how the main character had handed it to them. Last month, they sowed the seeds, fed them with that stuff, watched the first sprouts burst up, and they couldn't stop smiling. They barely even had time to blink before the wheat field flipped into something else entirely, and the young man just couldn't make himself believe what he was seeing. Yeah, his fertilizer is legit quality, but does it really work like they claim? He starts to wonder if the secret isn't the fertilizer at all. Maybe it's the soil underneath, packed with nutrients that supercharge that weed. The boy can't even process it. He blurts out, "Have they tested the wheat for safety?" The woman shot back that they'd cooked up a whole lineup of different dishes to test everything, and not a single one had any issues. Every single dish came back with glowing reviews. Even this pastry? It's made from that exact grain. Then she leans in with a warm, genuine smile and urges everyone to taste it. The hero takes one bite, eyes lighting up, and blurts out that the flavor is absolutely unreal. In his hands, that crusty old bread somehow turns into soft dough. Bite it, and it stretches just right, so for a second you almost forget the flavor, until warmth floods your body and you realize, this isn't just bread, it's pure, edible art. The boy insists he wants a turn too, and the guard snaps, "Stop, right now!" He says everyone can judge for themselves.
This sweet is seriously strange, so you've got to watch longer. And right then, the girl tears off a bite of bread and tastes.
Scary isn't rushing to Mrs. Maney at all, and when the main character asks her if she likes it, she tears through the bread in a flash and nods right away. The boy blurts that it has to be possible. Then the guard snaps and shuts him down hard. Tears spill down the child's face as he fights to plead with Alfred. The hero swears nothing's going to happen, then tells the kid to test their strength a bit. The guard snaps that he shouldn't claim things like that, but the hero just laughs it off and insists there's zero to fear, saying the workers are safe as long as he's there. He says, "I get it. This is a man's duty to demand those things." But then he frets. If the boy gets banned from bread, won't the kid turn on him? And in the end, the boy's pleading wins. He finally gives in. He decides that no matter what hits them, they'll handle it. Still, the child bites into the bread, grinning wide and shouting that it's incredibly delicious. And with wheat this good, they can sow even more fields. The workers swear they can transplant the harvest if they use Mr. Kraft's fertilizer, because this soil is so fertile it never needs a break, meaning wheat can be sown even more times this month. The hero's thrilled, and he pushes to expand the fields and rip in every crop they can get their hands on. The boy shot a question. Could he really get the exact amount of fertilizer ready? And the young man grinned and answered, "Yeah, it's all handled." He promised there'd be harvest enough for everyone, with a little extra to ship out too. And that's how the Golden Dawn's power would keep exploding as the fields kept spreading. Wheat boosted with special fertilizers is disappearing off the shelves like it's on fire, and the merchants are lining up to grab this harvest because of the main character. Now the hero's stuck staring at a big question. Should he rename his wheat? A few days go by, and the story kicks into the adventurer's room, where the cat girl beams and warmly tells him to have a great day. The main character realizes this isn't something she can just choose at all. The girl explains that once the rumors hit, gentlemen and adventurers started showing up one after another. And lately, she's been working at the Adventurers Guild. Under the golden star's glow, everyone lives in perfect harmony, until the main character grins because things are actually going his way. Then the girl leans in and asks what he wants today, and you can tell they've got plenty of rare specimens waiting. The hero gets asked if it's really possible to grab just one top-tier stone, so he pauses, then wonders aloud if the others aren't any good, and proves it by pulling out the truth. Most of her stones are plain, or straight-up low quality, and the girl can only stare because she never even suspected it. The cat girl admits this city is packed with weird materials, so her detection magic simply won't work on them. Then she breathes out in relief that he agreed to help. But the boy shuts it down on the spot, saying he promised nothing, and even if he can use detection magic, he has no right to use it without permission. She just sighs and says the only way to do it legally is an official permit, and that thing costs a fortune. She swears everything's okay and tells them they'll believe her once they learn Kraft personally picked these materials. Then the main character presses her. Does his opinion truly mean nothing, and can anyone trust a choice made by someone who had no right to decide in the first place? Her smile fades as she snaps back that he still doesn't get who she really is. The hero snapped, "Go ahead, do whatever you want, but I'm not owning the fallout." Meanwhile, the student hammers away without rest, throwing himself into daily training and giving it his all every single day. He's already got jaw-dropping fencing skill with a sword. Seasoned hunters slammed into battle against kids. With shaking hands, the girl yanks her bowstring tight, then fires arrow after arrow, each one screaming through the air with deadly speed and pinpoint precision. The hunters swear they're surrounded, and the adults snap glances at one another. What, could it be these students aren't any different from regular kids after all? Meanwhile, a young man freezes in shock, staring at whatever just snatched his attention. Reddick nodded at an acquaintance. Then the young man demanded to know why the kids were training with the adventurers. Reddick shrugged and said he just wanted to test their strength. That legendary endurance potion hits brutally hard, so the villagers only ever get the weaker version. Yet these kids still manage to handle the very same top-tier tincture even seasoned adventurers rely on. He had no clue how this was all going to end, so he grabbed Reddock and begged him to watch the kids. The guys are baffled. How were the kids wiped out when that potion was supposed to pump them full of energy? The main character tells us he purposely shipped those adventurers to train without the legendary potion. And boom! The two who sparred with the kids were rank C,
while the other two were stuck at rank D.
That's why these kids' real power can turn into a nightmare even for the big-name foreign guests. Because of some mystery from the past, the top 3 ranks didn't get handed out right away. They had to survive a brutal, super detailed inspection first. And the main character swears that for most adventurers, just earning one of those ranks is already the kind of dream people live for. All of it blew up because he pushed his students a little too hard. Yet even with the best crew of the Golden Dawn guiding them, this is what they still managed to pull off. They warn him to lock on to the rhythm and odd logic of this place. And just then Conrad blurts out, cutting through his thoughts. You can't forget, these kids didn't just happen to turn out this way. Relentless training did it, and so did my legendary potions. After all, my alchemy is the real deal. A man comes sprinting up to them, grinning like he hit the jackpot. He's totally thrilled to find the heroes. The main character instantly clocks him as the head of the Adventurers Guild, and the man wastes no time, inviting the young man to go for a walk with him. The main character spots the chaos in the streets and feels something's gone down in the city. Then the man nods hard and snaps that they need to rush, now. The action kicks off inside an Adventurers Guild, and the main character corners a man to demand answers about the urgent problem everyone's been whispering about. He shoots back that he'll speak his mind, no sugarcoating. Recently, huge crowds of basilisks have been showing up around here. Once again, the young man demands to know the royal beast of the Tamils, an insane hybrid with dragon and snake parts, crowned by a rooster's head. The moment it breathes on him, his body starts to stiffen, layer by layer, like crystal forming in real time, until he's fully turned to stone. These creatures can pop up across massive territories, and even now, nobody's got the faintest clue how many of them actually exist. The main character leans in to ask his friend how he's holding up against crystallization, and the friend laughs, saying it's a breeze for him, only to admit that even seasoned adventurers like him can't fully shield themselves from crystallization. Our main character leaned in and asked how many coralisks live around here, and the guy shook his head saying there's no exact count, but he figured it could easily be several thousand, give or take. The main character is completely stunned because nobody has ever seen that many people show up before. The hero gets it. When a swarm this huge hits the city, there won't be a single thing left standing. They raised a special fortress just to keep those attacks at bay, because the real nightmare for them is crystallization. And if they can dodge that, they've already won a huge victory. They've got one job: shield every single resident of Golden Dawn, no matter what it costs them. The main character tells them he has to check in with Kyle, and the man shoots back, "Don't worry, I'll dig up everything we need." Just a few days after they tracked down the basilisk, everyone kicked into survival mode, hunting for any way to protect themselves from that deadly monster. The main character pitched a wild plan to kick off the Antichrist case, licking the crystallization and smashing it to pieces. The maid swings around to the hero and tells him, "You're done. Now you get some rest." Turns out he's barely done anything, because the potion meant to cut down the Antichrist isn't some mass-producible miracle at all, and even a single extra dose can save a life only he can make. So yeah, the main character has zero right to rest. A girl in a cat costume suddenly rips into the room like a jump scare. She screams that a pack of cockatrices is tearing into them. The enemy forces are already charging straight at their city, ready to smash right into their doorstep. The main character can't stop wondering where the herd vanished to. The scene flips to show exactly which side the enemy is closing in from, and the young man snaps into focus, then fires up his power to see everything at a distance. But then, from the other side, a massive wave of mythical creatures barrels in, stampeding toward them. If nobody steps in right now, there won't be a single living soul left. And the main character fires back, asking if everything's already been passed to Kaylee, but the answer hits hard. The messenger's already launched and they're on the road. Kyle's defense isn't ready yet. He's still drilling his troops, so right now Alfred and Belsi are the only ones who can step into the defense, with about 20 adventurers already signing their contracts. Not a single one of them even flinches at this raid, until one of them steps forward and tells the main character to calm down. One of the adventurers pointed out the truth. If someone's willing to stand up and defend the city when it gets ugly, then they'll absolutely draw their sword the moment trouble comes. Working in tourism is a non-stop minefield,
So these folks stay razor cautious about every shadow of danger, because to them, life always beats money. And even if you wave a huge cash offer that threatens their safety, they shut you down immediately, no hesitation.
Crest snapped that their groups had never signed a single deal with the city. Then the man shot back, saying so many people are grateful for everything this place has given them, and they just want to keep standing shoulder to shoulder with the main character and Mr. Kyle for as long as they possibly can. They swear they didn't stumble in as adventurers. They came to guard their home and the people they love, no matter what. They hit you with one brutal question. To save a friend, do you actually have to pay something? The main character pauses to think, and then one of the adventurers points out, "There are only a few hundred of us." But before the words even settle, he adds, "And none of us are used to fighting in some huge army." At first, the main character hatches a plan to take down the demon, the one terrorizing foreign tourists. Then he turns serious. If the basilisk behavior suddenly shifts, he demands they tell him right away. The story races forward, and every adventure hits harder. And then Kyle barrels up to the main character, asking how he ever wound up here. Crest is hunting down his buddy Reddock, and one of the men tells him he's not here right now because Reddock's stuck on an assignment. When that man is gone, it feels like a whole army has vanished, silent, crushing, unreal. While Alfredo steps up and drives the residents through neighborhoods wrapped in solid, unbreakable fortifications. No matter what's going on, the first priority is keeping the local residents safe. Yet here comes another nightmare. The main character blurts out that the walls still aren't finished. They've got exactly 3 matching points. One fortress sat in the north, another clung to the west, and a third guarded the south. Old strongholds were said to be planted exactly there. The main character lays it out. His army is just 300 strong. And then he snaps, "Send the toughest adventurers to the west." But one of the men hesitates, jaw tight. Do we really have to shove more than half of them into one spot right now? What happens to the other 2 directions? Aren't we basically leaving them with nobody? From up on the tower, the hero says he watched the cockatrices like a hawk, because the moment they sensed anyone, they went brutally aggressive, and it didn't look like they'd ever split up their attack. So yeah, everyone's about to sprint straight for the people posted in the west. Then the hero bolts back to the phone, shoots off an apology, and warns that every anti-crystallization potion has to be shipped to the west. And the man immediately fires back. What happens to the rest? The hero blurts out that he's got only 200 anti-crystallization potions left, and that's nowhere near enough for either the north or the south. Then the man snaps, panicked. "So what are the rest of us supposed to do? Are you really planning to toss us in like cannon fodder and get us killed?" The young man slumped into the chair, snapped his gaze to the folder, and realized the choice in front of him was brutal, too complex for anyone his age. He tells them Belcia belongs in the north and Alfred in the south, and if they do it, even a tiny squad of warriors can slow down the Cocat race's assault, at least enough to hold the line. The hero snaps that they're done scraping the Antichrist's crystallization from land, because now they've got potions that can wipe it away. He's only just started brewing them, so supplies are tight, but even this sliver is enough to buy time. Alfred Belcian's squad just got the stuff that can shatter crystallization, and now they're gearing up to rescue the petrified people, until one guy snaps back that this is reckless, and the crowd needs prep and strength. Alfred just nods and says, "While we prep, I'll keep brewing healing tinctures." Everyone's stunned. Why send soldiers to hell with prep this week? It sounds like a death wish. But Bill just smirks and insists it'll be fine for her. She says everyone's got a job to do. Some guard the city, but someone has to stick with Kyle so he's never without protection. The circus storms into the shops asking, what happens if the Konoiskis suddenly bust through? And he can't stop worrying. If chaos explodes, what'll become of Kelly and Mama? The girl declared, "I'm a guard. My job is to protect Kyle, no matter what." Meanwhile, the boy straight up admits he's holding every Golden Dawn life close to his heart, and he refuses to let their city fall. Then he whips around to the girl and begs, "Can you go defend the city walls?" This is a ticking time bomb of the job. Only she can pull it off. But if she even lets herself think of him, she's forced to feel the weight of everyone he loves, and everyone he's sworn to protect. The boy begs her to swear she'll come back for real, and Kyle cuts in. If she doesn't return to help him, he'll never forgive her. He leans in and asks the girl if she'll do it for him. The heroine snaps a sharp salute and declares, "If my master commands it, I'll carry out my duty, no matter what, and I'll never break his trust."
She steadies her friends, tells them to stop panicking, and says cockatrices are nothing to her, yet Kraft has cooked up a plan so reckless it could backfire in a heartbeat. So he'd better know his limits, because now everything rides on how fast he can move.
The heroine demanded that she trust him, swearing he'd get a potion that could turn the Antichrist.
With those words, the ultimate fight against the clock erupted.
The heroine makes it back home, and the maid rushes in with a warm smile and a perfectly respectful bow. The young man whips around to her and snaps, "Time's running out. Hurry! We need every one of you in on this adventure because the potion's about to start brewing for real." To make the anti-crystallization potion actually work, you don't do a little. You need a full bottle,
which means the South's midnight job will cost a whole barrel. If he makes it the normal way, he won't finish before the shipment leaves. And if he tries to brew it for 100 people, his magical power gets hammered right to the limit.
Even if he falls short, the price will still be paid, and it won't be small. The young man knows dreaming won't save anyone right now, so he snaps into action and orders everyone to fall in line with the servant's instructions. The workshop is alive with non-stop motion. Everyone's throwing themselves into their work like it's the most important thing in the world. The main character goes all in, sprinting like their life depends on it, just to make it there on time. Finally, he burst in and said that 1 barrel of the ancient crystallization potion was already ready. He demands they ship him north and south, right now. Now he's whipping up a potion to wipe away the crystallization. And outside, bam, bam, loud stomps shake the street, so the main character blurts, "Is it always this noisy out there today?" Then a chilling suspicion hits him out of nowhere. He bolts into the yard like something's wrong, and he has to catch it before it's too late. A young man spots smoke curling into the sky from the western wall. He watches them crank up the cannons, and then spots the cockatrices tearing straight through the defense already. Good news, not everyone made it past. Only a small leak slipped into the city.
3 sections of the defensive wall are still under construction, and the walls are barely at the starting stage. Now everyone's staring at the ramparts, terrified they might not hold.
The maid leans in and asks the main character, if he doesn't mind, to check what's going on right now with the wall security. She tells them, if those walls aren't up by then, the hero's progress gets slammed to a stop. And they need proof right now, no delay. The hero shoots back that she's only a servant and can't just let her walk away. Then the girl begs, "Please, hand it all to me." She nods and agrees, then presses him to track down what's happening to the main group of foreign tourists. Right after that, the maid slips away politely. The heroes snap back to their jobs, reminding themselves they can't escape. This battlefield is right here in the workshop, and they rush to brew the potion as fast as their hands will go. If he had only one ingredient, he'd have wrapped up cooking ages ago. The hero paced, hunting for a way to get his hands on a cockatrice egg. Days before the attack even hit, everything was already about to explode. One of her top students huddled up with her friends and pushed them to march out together and smash the orc. Her friend admits she has no clue why they're all here. And that's when she decides to bolt, call the hunter, and get out, until the cat girl steps in and swears they'll be left alone, insisting they're only doing a picnic, the exact same thing they tried before. She demands, "So, you think we're not strong enough?" and brushes it off, because they're handling things just fine without adults, especially with potions in hand and the master's brother backing them up. She fires a reminder at her friends, "Use as much as you want." But her friend snaps back, "Yeah, that doesn't make it safer." Then she grins and proposes they head straight to that massive boulder. If there's not an adult in sight, it turns into a full-blown adventure because their mission is simple: smash the orc and hand the magic stone straight to his sister, Azza. The girls start daydreaming about how their younger sister will light up and gush over them with non-stop praise. She fires off a quick question. "Is the endurance potion ready?" The answer comes back loud and clear, and she grins as she tells them they're good to go too. Then the heroine snaps her command. "Let's start the journey!" She pitched the idea of a race. Whoever could reach the mountains first would be crowned the winner. Meanwhile, a brutal battle is exploding right beside the city walls. The commander roars at his warriors, barking, "Hold your ground! Don't you dare sprint during the retreat!" A colossal monster comes barreling down from the sky straight toward him. A man goes for the unthinkable and slices off his own head.
The monster slams down onto the ground with a deafening crash, sending multiple soldiers tumbling off their feet.
The knights begged their comrades to trust them, while the commanders barked that standing still wasn't an option. Battle time was here.
Most adventurers couldn't even coordinate, and the man braced for a hard road, never expecting things to get this tangled. But he knew he had to grab the reins and take full control.
They can handle what's coming right now, but if the enemy hits with every group at once, there's no way they make it out alive. A fighter named Tiger blurts out, "Should I follow you?" But the commander only shakes his head and tells him, "No, they won't stop, even if you come along." Then he admits flat out, he has no clue what to do next either. Someone steps up to him and demands, "So, you're really Commander de Garde?" The man whips around, and terror slams into him as he freezes in place. The maid barrels toward him at top speed, not slowing down for even a second. She snaps that she must deliver a message to the commander, and the man, wary and tense, asks why she's shown up here. The girl says the rumors are true. Those cockatrixes will tear through entire walls, so protection feels pointless now. Though I can still rocket up super high with my wings. The enemy can't soar over these walls, so don't panic. Fight until your last breath. The commander took the report, thanked them, and barked the order. The only thing that matters right now is holding that breach in the wall. He whips around to the nearby crew and barks for them to stand down, take defensive positions instead of striking. The maid clocked that things were nowhere near ideal right now, and the man nodded along like, "Yeah, I agree." He says we should at least number these groups. Then we can track them down and reach them fast. The maid demanded to know if they really had to tell the adventurers their squad numbers. He blurts out in shock that she's just a servant, then can't help wondering how someone like her was even allowed anywhere near the front lines. The girl tells you there's no trouble on your hands, then winks and says she's going to use their access to her advantage. The commander snaps at her to stop because she's already stolen his spare axes. But the strand of hair had already vanished from sight. One fighter blurts out a joke. Since when does a commander even back you with just one hand? The truth is brutal. He's gripping a crushing two-handed axe, so heavy that most people can't even raise a single one. The maid grabbed two at once, and it was effortless. The commander snaps in shock, demanding, "So who are you really, maid?" Right now, out in the open, where the leader hasn't fallen yet, the fight is still raging. Soldiers throw themselves into battle and bravely clash with the Kruliskis. The cockatrice slips in behind the smaller enemies, using them as cover while it stays hidden. The soldiers lock eyes with him, and when they see how huge he is, they swear they're staring at a giant planted right in the middle of the enemy ranks. A colossal monster throws its head back and gapes wide, jaws stretched like it's about to devour the world. The soldiers slam into the monster and refuse to back down, but the moment they see how hopeless it is, dread hits hard. Then the monster's eyes roll back, and it slowly crumples to the ground. The soldiers froze where they stood, trading confused looks, completely clueless about what was unfolding in front of them. A blur of a maid's silhouette rockets through the air, tearing the silence apart. Then, she slashes her opponent into multiple pieces with jaw-dropping speed. And the people below are left staring, utterly spellbound. The girl drops in and, with razor-sharp control, slices through two axes as they slam toward each other. She locks eyes on everyone in the room, her gaze blazing like a feral wild boar ready to strike. In a blink, the hero snaps to it. Right in front of him stands the girl the main character made. Once again, she's surging with insane speed, rocket launching straight at her opponents. She strides in with total confidence, targets the supports, and wipes out a few more monsters in no time. The girl whips around to the stunned soldiers and, with unshakable calm, tells them they can finally talk. No more interruptions. She whips around to Mr. Lactone and fires off the reminder that his group owns this territory. Then, right then and there, the cockatrices start shattering through the defense line. She tells them, if you keep drifting away from Mr. de Garde, you'll splinter into smaller groups, and that makes you easy prey. Then she warns, worse, you won't be able to reach the cockatrice's leader to take it down. The man shoots her an apology, admitting they've already separated. Get back to the defensive line now, she demands, because they have no time to waste. The girl insists that starting now,
The Lactans will be number 1, and Adsafair will be number 2. Then tells him, in front of everyone, that he and his squad have to carry out every order that lands in their hands. The hero can't believe it and blurts out shocked how the maid even knows his name. The girl swears she can name every single resident in this city, no exceptions. The soldiers can't hide their shock, and the main character just stays cool, saying that's exactly how a maid's job works. She begs for forgiveness and tells her she's got a few more messages to deliver. Then the girl blesses her for success in battle. Whoosh! She rockets into the air and vanishes, leaving not a single trace behind. The squad commander fires off a question. Did you see it? After everything she did, there wasn't a drop of blood left on her. And Loctane can't shake the feeling that he's only noticed that. Meanwhile, the girl pushes through her mission full throttle. She organizes the curly discs for the team, slaps numbers on them one by one, and keeps everything perfectly in order. The last messages stop. The connection snaps back, and the girl instantly locks into a fighting stance, knowing this is it. The second the real battle starts. The heroine halted before a long, pitch-black corridor, staring into the dark like it was about to strike. Right now, the city is being rushed into an emergency evacuation, so cautious residents are begging everyone, don't make a crowd, stay calm. They get first aid the moment they're inside the hospital walls. Azula deftly wraps the girl's arm, then whips her gaze over, hunting for the truth. Was the baby really in that much pain? She coaxes the little one, promising everything's okay now, while the main character is handed a steaming drink and told, take small sips, don't rush. The girl whips around to the boys and orders them, once this is over, to scan the street for anyone hurt, and the kids instantly nod along. A voice comes calling for her, and the heroine sprints toward it without even thinking. The girls shoot each other nervous looks and start blurting, okay, what do we do now? The little cat nudges her friend and urges, go back, give it back. Dea lets out a tired sigh because it's already too late. She wanted to talk to her sister Azu, but she's swamped right now. One of the friends said, then let's head to the guild, and the cat girl only nodded, warning that if they did, your sister would lose it on all of them, and then they'd have a whole mess of other problems to deal with. She suddenly fears they, maybe even their younger sister, might get kicked out of the city, and the girl drops to her knees, clutching her head as panic rips through her. The boy stays calm and admits he only wanted to make his little sister happy, but reality crashed his dream in the worst way. They should just steer clear of adventures altogether. The kids stare at the wardrobe, because inside is a secret only they understand. If they hadn't been chasing the thrill of adventure, they never would have carried this egg all the way to Ural City, and that one egg sparked the entire catastrophe. The story jumps straight to the main character's home. Then a man bursts in, frantic, shouting whether the potion that cures petrification is ready, and the young guy spins around and yells back that it's almost done, because he's still in the middle of preparing it right now. He demands, "Where are you from?" And they shoot back, "From the right wing, from Alfred's crew." Then it hits the main character like a punch. Those warriors have already started slipping back from their positions. The center has already shown up with most of the cockatrices, and now they pester him non-stop for fresh potion supplies, while the main character can only breathe easier because the left wing is already locked in and organized. He asks if their commander can wait just a bit, and the man can't help wondering what on earth Alfred has in mind. Then the enemy, teeming with rage, surges straight for the mind, and even Alfred snaps. He can't take it anymore. The horror-struck main character demanded to know if the enemies really crashed into the city. Then the warriors snapped back that they were still pinning them at the outskirts. But the desperate adventurers who surged into the fight, their bodies turned to stone from the cockatrice's deadly breath. And every last one of them crumbled under those carillons until there was nothing left but dust. In pure despair, the hero blurts out that he just brewed a petrification potion. Then the other man, stunned, demands proof, and immediately orders the hero to hand it over. The young man shoots back that he won't hand it all over. He'll only give them a tiny piece of what he prepared, and the rest will be sent straight to the center. The other man bristles with outrage at that answer. How can this tiny piece possibly matter? He snaps into curses and screams that the main character is going to get them all killed. Then his friends scramble to calm him down and shut him up. He tells the young man, "Think with your head. Always center your focus, because that middle is the only thing that matters."
and if the enemy smash through it in soul, they'll pour into the city from every side, and the whole situation will be impossible to save. He's already burning through every ounce of energy on this, and if he has to sit around waiting for the next game, he's going to snap.
He admits that, at first, they were all set on taking everything for themselves. Then he admits it's impossible to manage on their own and begs for understanding. The main character gasps hard, leans over the barrels, and can't hold the panic back. In his head, one thought hits like a drumbeat. Brew as many potions as fast as he possibly can. Unless someone's calling his name right now.
A girl bursts into the room and blurts out, "How can I help you?" The young man whips around, stunned by LaFawn's sudden appearance. Then he asks if she's done with the fence. She grins and says the last touch is already finished. They grill us about how the petrification medicine actually works. Then the men carefully tip the healing solution straight into the main character's mouth. She clocks the boy's upset mood right away and rushes in to lift him up, telling him the main character can't afford to quit now. He has to snap out of it and push way past his limits. There's nothing you can do about it. He just doesn't have what it takes. And right now, with everyone hitting their limits, that truth hits harder than ever. She pleads for him to let everyone else jump in and help right now, so the girl can't stop wondering why she's pushing for it when they're all standing right there. Her words hit him like lightning, leaving him shaken to the core. He says, if that's the case, the medicine has to go to the right wing. Then he points out the girl is way faster than everyone else and orders the job handed to her. So the main character snatches the barrel from the men's hands and snaps, "This should have been done earlier." She shoved the responsibility onto the main character, promising the barrel would reach its destination ASAP. And while that deal was still hanging in the air, the hero cracked open a mana elixir. He's locked in, throwing every ounce of effort at it, determined to finally forge the long-awaited medicine. The battlefield's heartbeat kicks back in. Everything's rushing to the defense line once more. Over in the left wing, the commander leans forward, eyes locked on the horizon, and then, calmly but clearly, announces that the enemy is already here. She tells her lawyer to follow their plan to the letter and stay razor sharp, because danger could strike at any second. The girl swings onto her horse, whips around, and tells the wing, "I'm putting all my big hopes on you." The enemy barrels straight into the wall at full speed, crashing like they mean to tear reality apart. The squad rockets into the fray. At the front of the army, our heroine charges on a mighty steed, screams her battle cry, fires up her warriors, and demands they fight until the very last breath. The cockatrices charge at full speed, but he plants himself in front of them, refusing to budge, and stops them cold from getting through. The girl dug in her heels and drove her horse forward, and the stallion shot up in a violent rearing burst, while those fierce rivals refused to back down. The heroine barrels forward, snarls with pure power, and swings her blade with everything she's got, smashing it into the cockatrices. Their screams rip through the air, and that girl, dead set on survival, lifts her sword toward one enemy and snarls, "This is where you end." Their opponents hesitate for a split second, then gulp air and breathe hard as their strength rushes back. The capture squad's warriors clock her skill and whisper to each other. Belsiasana is carving through with every move from the wing, slowly draining the cockatrices with each beat. The left wing's plan was simple. The squad leader rams straight into the enemy to pin them down, while the others rain arrows on them from afar. Then the warriors rally around their commander, hype the girl, and roar at her to smash the opponents and keep them trapped. The heroine doesn't even pause. She whips her sword around again and again, driving the enemy back into a tightening corner. Once everyone packed into one spot, the girl screamed, "Attack now!" And the archers snap their strings taut, ready to loose those arrows. They unleash a non-stop storm of arrows, raining down on their enemies. Explosions keep booming in the distance, and the squad soaks up the wind like it's already over, until the heroine snaps, shuts their smiles down, and barks at them to stay on guard, and never let their guard down. Out of nowhere, a basilisk slithers right up beside her. The monster throws its jaws wide, and the commander twists in terror, because he can feel his end coming, until a sharp arrow whistles through the air and buries itself straight in the enemy. She smacks him straight in the head, turns around, and spots the hunter closing in. Then he steps up and asks if she's okay. The heroine bursts into joy and thanks the young man from the bottom of her heart for saving her. The young man rallies the warriors,
pushing them to crush the second wave just like the first, and the squad leader can't help but tease. Maybe next time he should introduce him to a girl knight. The young man blurts out, beaming, that he'll do everything he can, while the main character is genuinely shocked, because he can't believe what he just heard her say. The young man blares that he'll take down every opponent himself, and the girl insists they can hold their ground. Yet as they strain to keep their positions, a fresh wave of enemies barrels straight toward the wall. But under that kind of pressure, the defense won't last much longer. Right now, the commander is firing orders at his men on the right flank. He tells them the guys haven't chugged the potion of resilience yet, so nobody charges ahead, at least not until it's in their system. Every drop of their petrification potions is gone, and another hit like that is a price they can't pay. Besides, who wants a guy who throws caution to the wind like that? The warriors shoot back. So you're saying he'll have to fight solo? And the commander answers, yeah, most likely, he'll go in alone, but your job is to mop up every last wounded enemy. He straight up warns you that his fighting style is going to be seriously weird, unlike anything you've seen. He kicked his horse into a sprint and shot ahead, sliding right into the front ranks. A man sprints forward like a blur, spear thrust out in front, yelling his iconic battle cry as he barrels straight into the cockatrices. The enemy rush never lets up. They're blasting forward in a straight line, charging the commander at full speed. Charging right up on the enemy, he whirls his spear in a deadly spin, carving a clear lane through the chaos as he deflects and smashes those giant monsters aside. He pulls it off and drops his opponents one by one, wiping them out fast. His subordinates lean in, eyes locked on the duel, cheering their commander on like crazy, stunned by how effortlessly he slips through every enemy, spear swinging. Close to him? Bad idea when he's got that weapon, you give him space. Then he grins, pats his horse, and praises it for its flawless service. But he ignored one huge detail. His enemies could fly, and right then, a massive bird swooped straight over his head. She barrels straight toward the helpless warriors as the young crowd panics and bolts every which way to get away. The commander thunders his thoughts out loud, then points the blame at himself for inviting all that attention in the first place. He spots this basilisk is bigger than everyone he's seen before, and dread hits him. Maybe he won't make it in time. Right then, a shout booms from above, and someone yells that they've got it. The girl bolts over in a panic, rushing to help her friend. With that stone-crushing technique in her hands, she lands a crushing blow on every opponent's head. Everyone nearby freezes, breath stuck, staring at her like she's unstoppable. The monster slams down hard, and the heroine touches down beside him like a whisper. She whips around to the driver and tells the guys, I brought medicine for petrification. The warriors choke up with tears of pure, unstoppable joy. The commander strides up to the girl and addresses her, and the main character steps forward with total confidence, declaring she'll fight right alongside them. The girl who calls them out, wrapped in that jacket, looks like she knows exactly how to swing her hammer, and she's about to become their real lifeline, buying the heroes a few precious extra moments. But even with her on their side, something keeps nagging at the man. Everything's got a breaking point, and right now, it all hinges on how fast I can brew this potion. The action shifts to the church. There, the girl tightens bandages on the injured man, while a maid slips up quietly and calls her by name. She asks the heroine if she has a minute to spare, and the girl spins around, eyes wide with surprise. The girl snaps her eyes to her guest, stunned by what she's seeing. It spots the maid's familiar look and blurts, Wait, are you really Wuko, my son? The shock hits the main character like a punch, and the water starts wondering how it can actually help the maid traveling with them. With her graceful poise, the maid faced the heroine and carefully asked if she could meet the 4 kids raised in the church. A sharp knock hit the door, and the girl snapped around, asking, Do you need help? The girl shoots the maid an apology for being worn out, then insists she can count on the kids. They'll help her through it. With that, she heads back to work. The maid stares after her, and then whips around to the children and tells them, All right, it's time to pick a name. She slips close to the girls and demands, right to their faces, to hand over what they're hiding behind their backs. Right behind them sits a wardrobe. Inside it, an egg is stashed, and the servants stare at the maid like she's just unleashed a nightmare. The girl leans in and tells him straight up, he doesn't just want it, he desperately needs it. She tells the little girls, You'll come straight with me to the main character.
And before they can even protest, the maid snaps in fast and shuts them down. The girls crumpled into tears, begged for forgiveness, and swore they truly regretted every bit of what they'd done. The maid freezes at their reaction, then snaps back fast, rushes to apologize to the kids, and the girl confesses she just got back from battle and hasn't had a second to adjust to all this peace yet. She flashes a gentle smile and shoots the kids with this warm, tender look that makes everyone feel safe. She says her face is stuck in this gloomy look 24/7, and for her, that's even tougher than housework. Yet she's getting replaced again because she got confused, even though she was just trying to give the girls advice on what to do. She promises him everything will be okay and reveals the twist. The main character isn't the villain at all. He's the good guy. She flashes a smile and confidently declares that he'll forgive them, no doubt about it. The maid swings her arms out wide and pulls the kids into a big, warm hug, then smiles and gently urges them all to come to him together. Meanwhile, back at the main character's house, the potion keeps getting brewed. Heavy breaths, non-stop focus, and sheer grit as he refuses to quit. One more barrel of medicine is ready, and the young man snaps that it has to be delivered right now. His teammate immediately nods and agrees. The hero snaps to it, no rest. He has to make the medicine right now. Then dizziness hits, and as he steadies himself, he looks around and calls the young man by name. That man stares at the main character with pure fear, like he can't even breathe, because before anyone can react, the young man topples over, and then boom, someone catches him in mid-fall. The maid clamps him tight in her arms and blurts, "Are you okay?" The young man exhales in relief, grinning as he says he's fine, and it's all thanks to her that he didn't get hurt. Smiles clocks that the girl's delicate look is a total lie. She's surprisingly strong, so he has to factor in how powerful his maid really is. She dips her head and thanks him. She tells him the outside world is calm, the walls are still standing, and the enemy hasn't smashed a single thing yet. So the hero can't help but grin, calling it the best, most encouraging news. He's panting hard, and the truth slams in. With everything piled on him, there's no dodging the damage anymore. No matter how many mana potions the hero chugs, magic fatigue and wild exhaustion still claw through, and this is the brutal price you pay for forging legendary elixirs in that kind of massive quantity. The girl suddenly realizes that nothing will change unless something massive shifts, and she whips around to the main character, blasting him with the fact that she's got even more critical news for him. The young man blurts, stunned, "What are you talking about?" And the heroine whips around to the kids, pushing them to stay brave. The boys can't bring themselves to meet the teacher's gaze. They're choking on shame, mortified to admit they messed up. The maid leans in, gives the cat girl a soft nudge, and tells her to breathe easy. She can go at her own pace, no rush at all. A little girl clamps her hands over her eyes and blurts out an apology, terrified that her own mistake sparked the monster's attack. Her whole body shakes, and she can't bring herself to look up at her teacher. The main character's jaw drops as a little girl thrusts an object into his hands. The girl cradles a basilisk egg in her hands, and the stunned man stares in awe, taking in every wild moment as it unfolds. She keeps pushing that egg forward, then blurts out that she didn't come here for nothing. She came for an adventure. At first, she thought she'd grab it like a trophy, but now she refuses to let it end that way. Then one of the men growls, "Kitten," and yanks the egg straight out of her hands, snapping that she has no idea what she just did. The terrified kids start begging for forgiveness, their fears spilling out in desperate pleas. Right away, the main character yanks the raging man by the arm and stops him before his fist can reach the child.